All right, welcome back, folks. Today is going to be a little different. It is day 26, and we are going to keep our streak alive a little bit later. As always, MAKU desu, konnichiwa, yokoso. So today there was a little bit of a plan for this a little later. However, seeing that unexpected things happen when you're learning, enjoying the journey, I was thinking of doing this type of thing at day 30 and typically chalk these things up to a very neat little number, perhaps 30 days. However, yesterday we just completed section 1, the rookie section of Duolingo, the Japanese course. And it kind of sort of lines up with day 30. It is day 26, a little short. So we're going to start doing these things where either 30 day comes up first, like the next milestone day comes up first for another. I'm going to give this section a name at some point. Or we complete the section before the next 30 days roll around. So let's review some of the initial thoughts that I was going to do regarding this segment. So just to fill people in, typically my projects, right? I have projects, and they usually either run 30 days or the product, right? Whatever the thing I'm looking at reaches completion or reasonable completion. And that will vary based on the thing I'm working on. So in this case, these type of projects, these are what I call the grind projects, and they're ongoing indefinitely, or at least I like to maintain them indefinitely. So it generally ends up being 30 days before the product goes to completion. However, Duolingo conveniently has sections, and if section 1 is to go by, I imagine it will exceed 30 days in section 2, just taking a glance at it. So this turned out to be around day 26, or actually day 25, because today is day 26. So, instead of adding another 5 days and covering something, this is a neat bow, right? It's a neat push-off point. And during this, after these product completions, I would generally do something what I called a candid conclusion, or candid conclusions. This is where I talk about the lingering things, that the extra meta things that I think about. Often it deals with kind of a fine points. So finer points of thoughts that I have experiencing the product, then maybe a target audience thing, right? Target audience thing. And often this has my personal anecdotes. Anecdotes. Oh boy. Do I know how to spell anecdotes? Probably not. We'll just so it'll be sprinkled in there, and then some sort of, like, I suppose, hot take review. And I like to diminish and downplay the hot take review. That's just simply because I am fully aware that in the ages of the internet hustle culture, this stuff is reasonable. At least it still reaches to people, versus the fine points, target audience psychology, like target audience psychology and then personal anecdotes, right? So I would do these things. Instead, though, we're gonna do this a little different. This is the first project that is part of what I would call the grind stuff that will go quite regularly. I also do this stuff for like Neverwinter or like live service games, right? Like Neverwinter, PSO2, NGS, but their updates come up like 3 times annually, so those projects don't really roll around all that much. So I like this. And then I also play a rhythm game called OS from time to time, right? Some of these things will anecdotally come up in some way, because most of the grind stuff are considered live services related, as in not a complete product. So like it's an ongoing developed product, right? And then, throw in some special interest stuff like Inktober, which generally only happens, well, October rolls around once a year, right? So anyways, this is just to give a little background. So originally I had planned for doing some sort of review at 30 days. Pretty much it was set to 30 days, regardless of where I am. However, yesterday found quite a nice stopping point. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at section 1, or all the little tidbits, and I'm gonna do a little breakdown here quickly of what we're gonna do first. So point number 1 in I'm gonna call this now something special. I like to give my little segments and projects a special name, so then I can remember it, defer to it, and iterate on it as I'm going, right? So that's kind of the thing. Hang on a second. This is pep. Okay. Sorry, I had a just looking at a DM. So we're gonna call this tentatively progress points. That's what we're gonna call it. Progress points. And actually, I have a better name, really. Let's cancel this one. Yeah, this is on the fly. We'll call this tentative. Ooh, that's spicy. Tentative takes. That's a lot of T's, man. All right. So we're going to call this tentative takes, or as American English would say, tentative takes, right? So we're going to start off with a personalized section 1, Japanese, Duolingo review for myself, just to see. And this will be rated on Total Recall. I call it Total Recall, but it's just recalling. So this is talking about retention. It's largely about retention as opposed to learning, right? So today, the first thing we're going to do is a Duolingo Japanese course review of section 1, relying on Total Recall and retention. So just what I can gather from my mind palace and see what it looks like, because I haven't done it yet. As much as I can, right? Usually I cut it short and go into the lessons and combine learning, but as much as I can. Hopefully it doesn't go so long that I don't get to learn anything today. So in this case, I'm not actually learning anything about Japanese. So when I'm doing this, I'm not learning anything about Japanese. I'm basically taking in and regurgitating disseminating to myself what I actually remember. So there's no higher level learning here. It's a passive recall, right? There are some learning skills that I practice doing this, but not strictly about the Japanese language. Okay, so then our second one would be the active part. So this will be, we are going to talk about things that I've noticed in the methodology. And this is largely not necessarily for educational purposes. It's for my organizational thoughts. So methodology, it might be interesting to some people. It might not be interesting to some people. Historically, none of these things are very interesting to most people because they rather have a product and tool do the things for them as opposed to analyzing what the tool has and what you can do about the tool. So this is a very unpopular type of analyses, but it's what allows me to inform my future self, inform my current self, and help me continuously practice, right? Objective evaluations, right? So this is just for me to practice my observational skills and then line them up with my emotional intelligence. So, in my opinion, being emotionally intelligent is underrated. And I have also written off emotional intelligence a big chunk of my life. Nowadays, my goal of being in a continued educator in a different capacity, right? Or remaining educated in some way, and being a teacher, and just a standard helper, right? This would involve constantly evaluating things objectively and being emotionally intelligent about it. So these skills, I cannot emphasize enough, are underrated. Generally, when it comes to specialized methodology and experts, there isn't a time to make room for emotional intelligence. And by coincidence, if the populace trends with you, right? Those specialists who back seats, so specialists who back seats, right? Back seats emotional intelligence, they are reliant with luck when it comes to resonance. And I'm not about that. Basically, if the populace just happens to trend emotionally intelligent with you, then you become a very influential specialist, right? Because you become helpful, educated, and by proximity or by exposure, you share a lot of advice that is relevant, right? So an example of specialists in this case are anyone who learns language, right? It's not an evaluation of how applicable and appropriate their methods are. The person who approaches this expert has accepted that they are the people who are like them by presumption, and that executing their methods will allow you to be successful. That's the leap of faith, that trust that you have. And this is what the luck and personal resonance is. It's not particularly based on experience, in my opinion. There are quite perceptive people that have self-awareness that allows them to pick a proper expert to take advice from, right? By a parasocial relationship. But in this case, this would be coincidental. It would be serendipity, as opposed to listening to someone and taking the advice that adheres to you and then move along. So the difference here is when it comes to observing methodology and then integrating emotional intelligence, you control what is useful, as opposed to being prescribed what is useful. You know, as opposed to prescribed what is useful. Now, this is not to diminish the work of experts and time-tested, like their methods that they've iterated over their years. It's just a different approach. Or I used the word just. It's a different approach. It's an alternative. I prefer to be a person who has enough understanding of methodology and emotional intelligence that when I approach someone who needs help, it's not me dictating what works for them, is observing them and then responding appropriately in, tailoring and responding appropriately when it comes to learning. And this is most definitely, this approach is not applicable to large audiences, right? So I don't have things that apply to a lot of people. It takes a really long time to do this approach. This is more of an individual level based approach. However, its efficacy is individual based. My goal is to encourage individuals to find what works for them, right? So when you go on YouTube, you look at 5 or 6 people and you don't inherently perpetuate one person's methodology. You perpetuate your own methodology that's a synthesis or maybe a balance or a cumulative use of everyone's expertise. So when you go to use your methods, the methods learned from all of your experiences, as opposed to constantly doing things like substitution, right? Substitution, even destructive habit formation, in my opinion, right? So like you go to an expert, they say stop doing this, and you stop, even though you might have spent years cultivating some sort of method, as opposed to altering your method and taking understanding why they're saying to stop this, and then evaluating your method to see if it's actually doing that, right? So there's a difference between being able to self-evaluate based on someone's advice versus following someone's advice blindly and perpetuating that advice. So this is what I mean by there's always room for practicing, evaluating methodology in an objective way, as objective as you can, and then integrating that into emotional intelligence. Because you have to ask yourself, is this sustainable? Are you happy about it? I know that there's the whole thing, which this is going to be one of those trust me things. I've done things in my life that I've dedicated to that didn't particularly make me happy, but made me feel rewarded for doing so. And if that suits you well enough, you can most definitely do that. So this is not a substitution. It's a suggestion. So all these things I talk about is just to raise awareness. And then I like to challenge anyone who's ever interested in what I say to take whatever parts that work for them. And I like to talk about these subjects in a non-destructive way. It's never to replace something you are doing. I won't ever, I like to think I don't give people the impression that they should replace something. It's always in addition. So it's going, most of these digressions and whatnot and study material regarding Duolingo and the such are often affirmative, positive, and in addition. It might sound biased because it's always in addition, is because it's intentional. It's not necessarily an emotional bias, it's a pragmatic bias. I'm legitimately and intentionally avoiding destructive and substitution personalities or thought process and mindsets. There are plenty of that on the internet. Just go to an expert who aligns with your emotional intelligence. So say you dislike Duolingo, which, trust me here, my experience is that those who are most vocal are those who dislike things. That's a human condition, not a Duolingo specific thing. So when you express negative stress, you typically find and confirm with experts that also express that negative stress. Although those experts might not be feeling negative stress because they are experts, They don't have a problem. They're just disseminating information. But it doesn't stop a person who is looking for affirmation for their negative stress. So the inexperienced person to trust in an expert and then perpetuating their advice as though it's emotional advice. That, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily support that expert. It actually may blow back on that expert. So it is partially the responsibility of that expert to know that they're not inciting destructive and counterproductive actions. But if you're a really large influencer, right, it's very difficult to manage that. So for me, if you think you're supporting your local expert or your favorite expert by projecting their methodology, their time-tested, like really experienced advice, and using it maliciously to attack opposing or alternative methodologies, you're actually hurting the thing that you like. So much like when people criticize video games on saying which one is better and then try to cancel the other video game, that's creative, that's destructive criticism. So I like to discourage that. So in no way am I saying don't go out, and I like to believe that I don't give people the impression this is the one-stop shop and you should not be listening to other experts who have plenty of counter examples. And I don't even consider myself an expert. This is just for me, this is an individual practice for myself. And it's very important I cite this specifically now, because before I was playing video games, and oftentimes the video game community find that the oversaturation of video games blunt the trivialities of one person talking about a product. In this case, we're talking about Duolingo, and language learning is breaching another community, and that community finds such remarks incredibly contentious and debatable. And I would like to say that I have no qualms or debatability or gripes with anyone's counter arguments and counterpoints. They're actually quite valid, and I'm going to affirm most of the observations that people have about Duolingo and using it constructively as opposed to destructively. So I'm not going to tell you, like I say for most things, I don't choose things to waste my time. So if I spent 25 days with Duolingo, I don't choose to believe it's a waste of time. I choose to make it useful. If it was day 25 of quote unquote no metrics along Japanese, like let's just say I didn't learn anything, which was a very distinct possibility because I have a lot of exposure to Japanese, then it would be about evaluating what failed to help me retain things, and then what can I do moving forward. Inevitably, I shouldn't ever be giving someone the impression that I've wasted my time. My time is incredibly precious, but it's not goal-oriented. When someone is incredibly super fine goal-oriented, everything will seem, to them, at least if they're emotionally compromised, a waste of time. So I really, really dislike that phrase. So in no way you'll ever hear me say it's a waste of time unless someone literally stopped me from using my time. Then that is a waste of time. But I am very privileged and happy that those people who actually really much dislike me for what I am or something like that, because they've only known me for like 10 minutes, those people, I'm gracious enough that they just leave me alone so that they don't impede my use of time. That would be one of the extreme circumstances that I would consider, yes, that I have wasted my time, when someone legitimately barred me from using the time, right? So anyways, never a waste of time. So I have to talk about this most of the time because methodology and talking about objective evaluations while framing it in emotional intelligence is incredibly controversial. It's probably the most controversial thing that I talk about, other than just playing games and learning things. Learning things isn't quite controversial for the most part. For the most part, how to learn is incredibly controversial. So hopefully that's okay. And then do I have like a last segment? No, I think this is good. Generally, I end with some like personal anecdotes. Okay, you know what? We'll add one section. So there's gonna be a third section, right? A third section. Some personal anecdotes. We'll highlight them. I usually call this the lightning round. And that, I know that's not how you spell lightning. There's an N here. Lightning round. So we'll just reflect on some personal, and I keep misspelling anecdotes, but that's okay. Anecdotes. What'd you call it? Just stories that I had across the 25 days to acknowledge and be grateful of all the interactions, right? And it will be a lightning round, so I won't like expound upon these. There are various videos already about what these personal encounters were like, and I'm very privileged to have the opportunity to have those type of encounters. It both challenge me and share some experiences with other people. So we'll do a lightning round. We can't do the hot take review per se, but I will say something general at the end, I suppose, for section 1. I don't like the idea of reviews because it would imply that I have an informed decision after only 25 days and only use of section 1. I'm more closer to the 80%. So like most people who evaluate Duolingo, they don't have enough time to evaluate Duolingo by consuming 80% of the product, right? Because Duolingo is pretty massive in that case. And they usually go some arbitrary amount of time based on their expert experience. So I have heard anywhere in the neighborhood of 30 days to, or those who have a professional background, to like 4 months, I would say is reasonable. And for others who are like first time or big sensationalists, you know, it goes up to years, right? But I'm specifically talking about my personal data mine of experts who have a professional background in linguistics and among other things that can color their perspective, like gamers who happen to be linguistic people and whatnot, which might come into this discussion. So our main focus now is we're going to review, which is going to be very fun and probably incredibly rewarding. Then we go into the nitty-gritty, tentative takes on methodology and what I have been doing to balance the stuff out and all that, and some nods to some lightning rounds. So that's what we're going to do for the next, I would say 3 to 4 hours probably. This is probably going to be fairly long. I like to keep it in under 4 hours so I can spend 3 or 4 hours doing section 2, something into section 2. All right. So let's start off and say, right, this is after 45 days, right? I think the average session was 6 hours. This is coupling across all the days. So approximately 6 hours a day. For me, a good old work day, right, is 8 hours. So just as a full disclosure, I don't actually have a day job, so 6 hours a day, that's fairly reasonable. On doing any singular task. And most of the time, barring like a bathroom break, just to give some context, barring a bathroom break, it's consecutive, as in it's every day and it's a full session without breaks, generally speaking, like without any noticeable gigantic breaks, right? So no breaks usually. There are some resets and whatnot. So let's start off with the first review content. What I want to do is I do want to cover most of the facets of stuff, but not all of it. So again, I have to say this a lot, especially with language learners. It seems like language learners seek to be comprehensive retroactively and do not participate in the learning process or exercise emotional intelligence. At least that's my experience. No disrespect, really. It is what happens when you become very well educated in a subject. That feeling of being a novice and like being incompetent fades away. Your security and confidence comes in, right? But that projection of that confidence and insecurity doesn't resonate with someone who's learning, especially someone who's just starting. So I encountered that quite a lot. Regardless of how helpful you are, it's impersonal and it's not compassionate. Kindness doesn't necessarily mean, the act of kindness doesn't necessarily mean it's appropriate for the person, especially coming from an education standpoint. You can be you can be a person who knows a lot and can teach a lot, but you can't reach a student without exercising compassion, in my opinion, personally. So let's start with making this disclaimer that I make every single time, and naturally someone will interrupt me because it's not comprehensive. So I'm gonna write it up here now. This is not comprehensive. All right, so not comprehensive, and it's based on total recall. So if I don't recall something or I make an error, right, that is to be expected. As someone who do know the correct answers and see the errors, it should be very informative to you what my experience is like with Duolingo. So seeing these errors instead of trying to alter these errors is something that would be very informative to someone who's observing, at least for myself. Like, I don't go out of my way to correct errors unless it's solicited. However, I want to see the person. What errors do this person make, right? Changing, it's kind of like one of those things. If you're conducting an experiment and you know what's going to happen and you alter the course of the experiment, you are effectively altering the experiment, right? So in this very specific case, I want to actually see the errors I make or the things I recall or the choices I make to recall them. They're very informative to me, and then I can be reflect upon it. So that's kind of one of the purposes of these exercises. You can always live your life the way you want, of course. Like those people who fear error can continue to live that way if it's sustainable. I have no fear. Like, there's no fear of conducting error because I do errors, or I tackle this fear by intentionally taking up the challenge. It keeps me on my toes. It allows me to refine practices and emotional practices that deal with, what if I made a mistake? Well, that's no big deal to me. Well, what if I establish a bad habit? Well, that's no big deal to me either. I just changed the habit. That's so what does that change my perspective on? There aren't bad habits. There aren't good habits. There are habits that I use and wield and control to my advantage when I require it. So if you have a perspective of fear to keep you from doing the things you do and it's sufficient, keep at it. I generally don't. I view it as, what can I do to solve the problem? And solving the problem is paramount, or solving the task that is given to me. There's no emotional imbalance when it comes to, oh, but I have to relearn this. I'm not going to relearn it. I'm just going to change it. At least that's just a mindset. It literally doesn't change what is going to happen. So like somebody could see me, somebody can look at what I'm doing as, oh, he's just changing a bad habit. That's fair enough. Now, if you're exercising compassion, I'm going to tell you it doesn't feel like changing a bad habit, because that habit wasn't a source of bad stress for me. It provided a lot for me. That's why I kept that habit for a while, right? If I constantly sound like I'm terrible at pronouncing Japanese, it's a habit that provided a lot for me. Humans don't naturally seek habits that don't have a payout, right? If you're really lazy, you'll pick an easy, rewarding habit to establish. It's paid out a lot. Now that it's undesirable, it suddenly becomes a bad habit. That's for your perspective, your mindset. When I see a habit that stops paying out, I change it. And that's why when someone asks me, am I learning the wrong way? My answer for myself, and not for anyone else, just myself, is an emphatic no. I don't ever think I'm learning the wrong way. I learn the best way I can at the time. And it always pays out because I'm choosing to do something productive. Once that needs to change, I'm more than willing to change it. Here we go. Right? So all that talk, let's go with the first one. I choose to do some writing. So we're going to do what Duolingo made accessible. So we're going to do hiragana, right? And the reason why, one of the big reasons why I'm going to do hiragana here is when I was on Duolingo, I had some concerns. I was using an extension, right? I was using an extension, and also Duolingo has their own like writing kind of guide-ish technique. And my concern was both of these have technical limitations. And for anyone who's been here a couple times already, know what that extension looks like and what that writing guide is, specifically even the kanji section, which we'll get to at some point. And there are some technical limitations. And as someone who uses a pen device quite a bit at a reasonable level, I'll talk about that in a little bit, but right before we get to hiragana writing. I know and feel input latencies of less than 100 milliseconds. So I can feel this. I can also feel velocity differences. And I also feel weight differences. So what this is saying is I've been trained in a way, and this is my program of choice. Krita is the one that I have the most experience with at the moment. Currently, I can feel the latency differences between these extensions and what Duolingo provides for the drawing thing. I actually think the Duolingo drawing thing is quite nice. It has less latency than extension, but it also has some weird quirks and also lacking some quirks. So some of them is the lack of weight. So there's no weight. Without weight, you don't have direction. So for example, when you see this, the word direction, when it's written out, you know which direction my pen is going and which direction, where my pen lift and hit the surface. And you know where my strokes are heavier. Like for example, if you look at the C, you know exactly where I'm going. And most of this is lacking in both this situation. And if you looked at and just take any of my videos in the beginning and you look at how I wrote, right, my writing on screen, it will look substantially different from this program that I'm using right now. And I'm writing right now at my current writing speed in English, and the clarity is a lot more noticeable. And also the pattern of my writing is incredibly noticeable, right? So there's trails, there's heavy connections and starts, and you can really see now how my writing is. Now the other thing is this 100 millisecond feel. Not all the time in both the kanji section and the extension that I ever felt that the responsiveness is on point, as in it really does legitimately feel like you're writing as quickly as you can, responsively as possible. So this is why I want to start with the hiragana section, because over time I was concerned. My major concern was I wrote on screen when I practiced hiragana and katakana as well as kanji. I practiced on screen with these extensions. So I was worried that I didn't trust my hand. So trust in hand. I think I'm doing the motions, like the writing motions that I've been trained for a while in using a device like this. So I was worried that perhaps it's been desynchronized, or maybe I was compensating, right? So what I mean by desynchronize is that I might have slowed down my strokes or something to be more pragmatic to using the extension. And yes, you could say that's kind of like a bad habit. It's more like a change habit to make the task I'm doing a lot more consistent. So when I was writing kana on screen during my last 25 days, they were slower. Lots of rewrites, right? When I'm writing commentary, I'm just sending it. So basically, regardless of what the English looked like, I was writing it in the specific way that I understand how my hand was doing it. I wasn't reconditioning. However, the kana was different. I don't know how to write kana yet. So what happened is, as I'm writing kana, it ends up looking something like this, right? Like if I'm trying to write or something, it ends up looking something like this, right? So it's very difficult to know if I was compensating for the extension or not. So that became a raising concern. And just as a tiny little spoiler, I already tested this yesterday a little bit in the evening on if my writing in my hiragana on screen translated to an actual one-to-one as I'm writing in a program that is responsive enough to mimic, in my opinion, much better the real world writing. But this is my real world writing. So most of the time when I'm sending material to people, I'm not actually writing on a piece of paper and then taking a screenshot of it or making a PDF and sending it to someone. I'm actually using programs like these that have low latency, high dynamics to generate all this stuff. So this is actually my real world example. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write using a real world example for myself personally. I use programs like these professionally to generate handwritten things. Outside of that, I use the world of typing, right? I use fonts and typing to generate the rest. So this is the closest thing I can show to demonstrate if I actually took in anything. And I haven't gone over methodology, but this is not something that Duolingo encourages. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But since we're doing review, I want to review the kanas in writing. So a demonstration of my writing retention, or what Duolingo has inspired me to do, would be this section. And as a professional background, or like a experience background, I would say some of the qualifiers. Over across my lifetime, I would say I'm above average, humbly above average, hand dexterity. My hand dexterity is above average, and we're not talking about raw talent here. Like raw talent, there are really dexterous people without actual physical training. This is due to training. So be it science, music, digital arts, my hand dexterity is above average due to like the training that I use. I use the finer points of my hand that is involved in writing a lot, regularly, every single day of my life. So it would be naturally above average. If not, probably, I would say it's 90th percentile, at least. 90th percentile. So no, if you are going to write the way I did, I would be very hesitant to say that it will translate the same way, right? Because I spend tons of my time doing stuff like this. So I don't want people to get the false impression that you could just go on Duolingo, follow their writing guide, and just scribble on the web browser and it will translate into a tablet, any tablet. In fact, if I change my tablet now, it will take a while for me to adjust to a new tablet. So just keep that in mind. Also, when it comes to writing, no, I think this is fair enough. And I guess to throw in a little bit of background, I'm very used to curves. So I have a combination of curves. So as you can see, I write in all caps. So I'm okay with conditionally making a lot of short straight line strokes. However, they also have curves to them, slight arcs to them. So what this is appropriate to say is that there is some benefit to the way I write that involves in content, and it will probably show itself, and it can lead to interfering habits. So just to give a little background, I am a pretty high hand dexterous person due to practice over my life. I don't think I've ever I wasn't ever given the impression that I was gifted in any way, as in I didn't work hard for these, as I love being dexterous with my hands, not to be confused with the arm, right? The arm, the shoulder, or those mobility, that's a whole different story. Like my shoulder is pretty whack. Like it's pretty terrible in general. So my larger chain is not, but just specifically the hand dexterity. And I think when you write in a very small resolution in digital art and stuff, it takes advantage of that. So largely one of the biggest motivations of me doing digital art is because of that flexibility. So when it comes to the pieces of paper, right, as a piece of paper, I was that guy that write in 6-point font. So like you take an average college rule paper, right? So I developed this idiosyncrasy a long time ago when I was a kid. You know, you have your college rule paper or something. It will look something like this. I'm that guy who subdivides this into additional lanes, and I would write in these margins. So when bless my I forgot which science teacher it was, but she really dealt with a lot, because a lot of times we had to do homework and we had to demonstrate our understanding of text. And what I did before was I wrote this way, and she literally demonstrated to other people in the class that if you use a magnifying glass, you could actually see my writing. So I used to be that guy who wrote on a piece of paper. I would write as small as I can in the lowest resolution possible, because my fingertips and my actual fingers are far more dexterous than my larger chain. I don't write with my arm a lot of times. I don't write with my hand. I don't swoop and stuff. So calligraphy is out of the question. However, when it comes to fingertip accuracy, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And this was when I was 12, 13, something like that. I've always written like this, and it's in all caps. And it's the reason why it's in all caps. Okay, so let's go over hiragana. All right. So let's see if I remember this stuff. Stroke order is gonna be a problem, but you know, we'll review stroke order if I can in the future. But for now, we're just gonna recall as well as I can. So, I'm gonna say it's okay. I guess. So E E E U O O's a weird one. So let's see. Don't know if you I don't know if this is first or not, but we'll go with that. Okay, so now I do clusters, right? Because that's the only way I remember the stuff. So we start with the kaki ku ke ko, right? So let's do that. Ka ki ku ku ke ko. I'm trying to keep, like, I'm trying to imagine a box. I told myself I was going to use a grid, but what's the fun in that, right? Ku ke and then ko. Ko. Oh. Right. What's the next grouping that I can remember? Sashi suceso. So sashi suceso. So sa she, I think this one is the she su say. I think it goes this way. Say so. Okay. All right. Yeah, and obviously it's going to be a lot different on this program because of the responsive nature of the program. What's the next group? We went over the Kakikuke ko sa shi su se so. There's the row. This row is a little weird that I remember. I did this once yesterday just to refresh my memory. So ta chi tsu te to. Ta chi tsu te to. So let's okay. Let's see. Is this one I'm not too clear on the stroke order anymore either. We'll go with whoops. Chi two. Whoops. I can't. That's okay. It's kind of big. What is this? U E. So no, this is A and O, right? Say and soul. Say and soul. Wait, no. Te. Whoops. We're doing two. Whoops. Te and toe. So te and toe. Okay. Te and oops, that was you're from India? Hello. Hello from the East Coast of the United States. Oh, this is a little small. Let's do this again. And then toe. Okay. So we got tachi tsu te to. Then we have the nani nu ne no. Let's try nani nu ne no. I don't know na stroke order as well, so we'll just improvise for the time being. Nope, let's try that again. Na ni nani. I can't do that. I don't do pro profit things, so I don't have money to give or gifts to give. Let's see. Na ni ni. That's a little aggressive. Ni new. You don't want money? Well, gifts cost money. Unless you're looking for words of wisdom. First, if you want words of wisdom, I can give you words of wisdom. Solicitation requires money. And money isn't literal. I'm not talking about literal money, but figurative. I can give you something worth of value. That's about it. Or at least value to me. Which are just words of wisdom. Or maybe a listening ear. A listening ear is probably what I can offer the most. New, ne, that's a little aggressive. Let's try that again. Alright, ne, no. Oh, no. Right. EU. Yeah, no. Yeah, take care. Then we have ha he hu he ho he ho he hu ho. So ha. I'm taking my time with these so that see how well they turn out. Ha he is a little weird. I'm gonna have to draw a couple of he's probably. Yep. That's not quite what I had in my head. That's okay. That's a pretty alright he. Who. Oh, this is not who. This is who, right? I know it sounds like I say who a bunch of times. It's okay. Whoops. Who, okay, oh, right. I know of another group, but I have this like chart in my head right now. We're missing Mami Mu Memo. And we're still missing like Ya Yu Yo Da Di Du De Do Wa O and N. So let's do Mami Mu Memo. So ma is, and then me, wait, oh, me, that's a little weird. Me, moo. Oh, moo is weird too. This one is probably the one that I would struggle with. And I don't know if you put this here first, then you do this. Moo. That was okay. It could be better, but we'll take it. Moo. Me. Memo. Me. Okay. Me. Okay. E. Me. Mo. Mo is close enough. And we have yo, I mean ya, you, yo. Ya, you, yo. Let's see. Ya. Ya, you. Right here, line up with the ooze. You. You is. Oh, you is the sphere thing. So you. Thanks. Thanks, Eternal Truth. Thanks. You too. Good luck with everything. Yo. Okay. Oh, I don't really know the stroke order for this either. Wait. Actually, I think this actually, let's do that again. I think this actually goes through. Yeah. So, and then now we have da di do de do. So I actually screwed up a da yesterday. So when I was doing a test. So we're gonna remember this. Da di da di do de do. So di is oh, D is the which one am I gonna choose? I think I'm gonna choose this one still. Oops. Something like this. D. That's a little far apart. It's fine. Da di do 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 de do. Do and do is helpful. De. Okay. So do is. Oops. Do. De is. And then. De. Do. Do. Right. And then we have the rest, the 3 random ones. Or not really random, but wa, o, and n. Admittedly, o is gonna be weird too, because I'm still not quite sure about o. Oh wait, I think I might have screwed up here. Whoops. Yeah, I think I wrote. I think I'm thinking of. Yeah. Let's renect on this. Pretty sure I drew wa there. Day is slightly. It's more like an end. So day is. Or. Hmm. Hmm. Do better. Yeah, definitely struggling a day. We'll just stick with that. That's why I couldn't figure it out, because I think what I'm thinking of is, whoops. Yeah. Like wa is kind of like this. And then generally we put n somewhere, but I just put n here. N. And oh, this one I'm not so sure about. Let's see. No, wait. Something like that. Oh. So that's not too bad. So what? A I U E O, Kaki ku ke ko, sa shi tsu setso, so. Sorry. I started putting T S's in front of the other ones. So ta chi tsu te to, na ni nu ne no, ha hi hu he ho, ma mi mu me mo, ya yu yo, da di ru de do, wa and o, right? And then we're gonna slightly cheat a little and use this guide as for my, oops, for my katakana. So, right? E, u, u is, oh, I don't know if it's I think it's this order. U, e, o. Oh. I don't think I've seen a lot of O's in in katakana yet. Let's see. Maybe it's this order? I don't know. It might be like this. That's okay. That's close enough. Okay. And then we do the kas. So ki hu ku. Oh, I screwed this one up yesterday. So pretty noticeably screwed this up yesterday. Ku. So ku ke. I don't know if that's how you do that, but ke ko. What's the next one? Sa. Sashi tsu te to say so. Okay. Sa. Sa is this way. Sa she sa she oops. She su oh yeah, su su say so. Su that's not that great. Oh, Su. I'm a little dissatisfied with that. So Su say. Not sure if this is a stroke order either. Say so. So. So is. Whoops. Yeah. What's the next couple? Or yeah. Chi tsu te to. Definitely a lot easier after seeing some kana in midday. Tachi tsu te to. Okay. I usually forget ta quite a bit. So ta is is it? Ooh, this one I'm not sure either. Chi chi. That's the one that it's right to left stroke. So like chi two is two pay. Oh, te is a to. So okay. Nani nu nano. Ooh, that no is kind of small. Na Nah. Okay, let me think. So, ni, new. Oh no, I might get new mixed up. Nay is toxic. Nay is pretty toxic. And then no. So, okay. Na is okay. Something like that. Na. Ni. Ni is fine. I don't remember new. So ni. Right. The kanji as well. New. I think new is just this. Nay is toxic. Let's try nay. E. Yeah, that's my nay. It's just gonna have to deal with it. Nay. No. Oh, no is pretty sure it's this way. No. Okay. What's the next one? He, ha, he, hu, he, ho. Okay. He, who, he, ho. He, that could be better. He, who, well, let's go with he. It's the same one, so I remember ho too. Who, I think who is just this. Yeah, the who's are, you know, besides two, you have that little like combination of this little stroke here variants, but there are other variances of this too. So okay, that wasn't too bad. Me, ma, mi, mu, me, mo. I remember ma, which is another one of the variances. Moo. Oh, me. 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 Oh, I know me. Ooh, what happened to you, me? Is what I usually say. Me. The middle stroke is a little short, but it's supposed to be... I always see it a little shorter than the first stroke, but much shorter than the third stroke. It's fine. Me, moo. Moo. Do I know May? May, mo. Mo is related to mo. Oh, right. I can use my katakana to remember this. America. Oh, I know May. Mo, I just know because it looks, it's similar to mo. Moo. Krimu. Yeah. Krimu works. So, moo. May, like in anime, right? Anime, sorry. Anime. I don't actually know which one comes first. Yeah, I feel like this comes first. And then mo. Mo is it should be a little centered, but we'll take it. It's fine. It's close enough. Okay, now we have, oh, actually my sizing is okay, except for O. O is kind of a little tall. You. No, ya, you, yo. Yeah. So, I remember you right now. I remember yo. Oh, wait. Ya looks kinda like ya. Right? Yeah, ya kinda looks like ya. Oops. Ya. You. Yo. This is the you. Yo. Oh, these ones are gonna be rough. I don't. Da di do de do. Da. Oh, da is not too bad. Da. Da. D. I think the reason why I use D is because I think D looks the same, and dude and they, this time do they are related instead of do and do. Do and do are related in hiragana, but do and do are not related in katakana. Do and they are. And D, I think I just stick to the same thing. So D, do, right, do is, and then they, and do. Okay. Okay, we got wa, and o. I think these are better, but there are 3 icons I'm missing, right? There are 3 characters I'm missing in my head. So wa. Ooh, that was bad. Ooh. I'm so not great at going from left to right. And then oh. Last one. Oh wait, I remember. That could be better. Oh, you know what? It's probably... That's good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, so that's the katakana, right? It's okay. I had to redraw a couple of them, and it's kind of tough still to recall all of them from scratch. It's a lot easier if I was given a word and then we just fill them in, right? And then we got to do one last thing. We have to summarize all the kanji that were introduced in the bank. So, ooh, this one's gonna be rough. Okay, let's start with like, we gotta start. I have them all grouped together because of the way Duolingo organizes. So the first unit I think was ichi, ni, san, and I think that's it for the first unit, or like the first unit in terms of numbers. And then we had, in no particular order, I suppose, Nakayama, right? And then we add Yamaguchi, and then we had Naka. So I think these are our 6 or 7. So each ni san, Yamaguchi, Nakayama, and Tanaka. So those are our kanji. This is a little weird. I think this is a little long, but that's okay. We're just committing to our things. And I'm deliberately cutting this a little bit here. Not that it matters. You could probably just not have them sticking out. Like this part shouldn't be sticking out, but that's okay. All right. What can I remember about the second unit? This is where we got second unit. That's we got like Kyoto, Tokyo, Chichi, haha, go, and then we got the other numbers, right? Yon, go, roku, nana, watashi, and I think that might be all of them. Oh no, Nihon. We got Nihon as well. So let's start with them. So let's start with the numbers. That's Yon. I mean, those are supposed to be kind of connected. It's okay. Yon, go. That's a little aggressive. Go. Rok. Rok. That's a little that's a little aggressive. Hold up. Why do I keep making the line so big? Rok. Nana. That looks okay. Nana. Is that really how Nana looks? I'm gonna stick with it. I think that's how Nana looks. I'm thinking of something else, but we'll go with it. So Yongo Rok Nana. Oh boy. Here we go. Let's see. Okay. I think I got it. This is Tokyo. So gotta get the Kyo is okay. Ugh, I mean, the middle part is kinda. Oh wait, I have a feeling I'm missing a stroke somewhere. Brainstorm. Yeah, that middle box kind of looks too small. I think that's okay. Good enough for an attempt. Right. I wrote it in this way because then we're just gonna use, we're not gonna rewrite this kanji because then we add Kyoto, right? So Kyo, it's just the same kanji. Okay. Oh, Kyoto. Kyoto. I'm having two bits confused with each other. I think we're just gonna go with the one bit that I think is the correct one. The left side, I'm okay. We're gonna go with this one. Right. So, Kyoto. Right, Kyoto. That could be slammed in a little bit, but that's okay. And then, so we got Tokyo, Kyoto, Kyoto. Guess we just do Nihon, right? Nihon. Nihon. Whoops. Do I Nihon? I think this, I don't want to get the two confused. So this one is something like, yeah. So Nihon. It's okay if I like pull a little too far. That's kind of how I imagine the characters, really. Did I cover everything? Oh no, I forgot. We're missing Chichi and Haha. Chichi and Haha. Oh no, Chichi. Oh, Chichi is kind of cursed. We'll put them up here because of the one line. Let's see if I can get it. Maybe it was just the software, right? Blame the software. It's okay. It's kind of big. It's a little too big. And then Haha is pretty... Oh. Oh, that tail. That tail is a little too much. Something like this. All right. So, yeah, Chichi and Haha. Yeah, I think that's for the second unit. Pretty sure. I don't think I've missed one. But like the next group of kanji that I had. And the next one was hobbies and eating. So when it comes to hobbies and eating, we had mimas, yomimas, to watch, to read, G, the time for G, or like the G counter. And then we got the rest of the numbers. Hachi, ku, ju, right? Hachi, ku, ju, and han with the G and han. So, oh no, this one kind of sucks. Okay. All right, I've gotten the relative size incorrectly on this one a couple times. And that's mimas, the mi in mimas, to watch. Well, let's try this. That's all I got. It's not quite right, but it's fine. That's good enough for me. Oh, yo in yomimas is pretty wicked. Right, let me put them together. Okay, which one was it? This one was the I gotta get G and yomimas separated. Okay. All right, I got it. So, okay. That looks awful. Let's try it from here again. Yeah. Wait, it's so that's yo and yomimas. It's kind of kept. I think the spacing's I should expand the spacing out a little bit more. That's okay. Yeah, see this shape right here? Man, I always draw this too big. Or maybe this is a little small, but it's okay. It's close enough, I think. That's close enough to yo. In yomimas. What else did I say? There's one other. Han. Oh, G. Let's not forget G. G is interesting too. Okay. G. It's a little lopsided, but that's okay. I think that's G. Pretty sure that's G. And then Han. Han is the pile of poop. Oh, wait. I think... Yeah. Han. That poop is a little wide, but that's okay. That's Han. And then we have the numbers, right? Hachi is cursed. Let's see if it's any better. Hey, Lotus. Yo! Genki desu ka? Let's see. Hachi is kind of cursed, so let's see if I can get the inflection. I can get kind of the inflection. It's okay. Hachi. Rok. I mean, not Rok. Ku. Ku. So. Ku. And. Ju. Right. Jew. 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 Okay, I think that's the unit, the next unit. I'm pretty sure there are only 7. And then we got our newest unit. You're pretty drained from the weekend, but Yankee otherwise. How about myself? Pretty good. Daijoubu desu. Pretty exhausted, huh? Did you have a great weekend? Like, drained as in a nice drain, as in you did a lot of nice things. It was exciting, fun-filled. Okay. Alright. Good weekend, just busy. Your kanji are well drawn. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? I kind of... you kind of missed that part, but... I don't know if you heard me say this quite a bit. When the extension that I'm using on Duolingo and the writing in Duolingo on the desktop version, there's some latency and velocity and weight differences. So today I'm doing the 25-day review of section 1. And the reason why they look better is because the software is better as well. So this is how I drawn the kanji on stream for a while. Like, these are the kana strokes that I do all the time on stream. The problem is the extension doesn't register the stroke speed properly. And then like the weight of the strokes. So oftentimes when you're seeing strokes, you don't just see like a flat, like the flat line. Yeah, so... And I did mess up a couple times, so I did redraw a lot of these things, or the kanji specifically, I guess. Maybe not. I don't know. I have to go back. I think some of them were a little bit yikes, but they're good enough. So what I'm doing right now is I'm reviewing the writing section of section 1, just to see if I didn't develop too much compensation that's permanent to the web extension. The reason why my handwriting is all jank in the web extension when I'm doing the practice is because when I'm writing like I would normally write with my hand. So I wasn't necessarily paying attention to correcting the latency problems in it. So like if you're looking at my handwriting, right, when I'm writing all caps, it looks a lot different when the pen is actually responding properly. So even when I'm like at an angle or upside down or like diagonal, they're more legible, right? So it goes without saying that when you're writing Japanese, you would really want a more responsive software. Writing in English, you can get away with quite a lot more in English, as per usual. The standard theme of English is that it's, even if you screw up pretty terribly, your handwriting is a little bit more agreeable than messing up with kanji. So right now, I'm trying to remember everything, right? And then we're gonna go into other things. But I kind of summarized it here. So we're doing total recall right now. So the last unit was clothes and more food and drink. So I remember hurui, right? Hurui. So the uru, yeah, the huru in hurui. Atara Atarashi. So the atara in shi. Atarashi. Yaku. Yaku. Sen. Yaku. Sen. Mizu. 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 Oki. Oki. And Chisai are the kanji, are the final kanji that we need to do. So okay. So segue. I gotta think of segue. So segue. So hurui. Hurui. Oh, this one's gonna be challenging. Atara. Let's see. Atara. Okay. I see it in my head. Okay. Let's try one pass first. It's whoops. It's okay. It could definitely be better. Let's try that again. I think it's more like this, right? And then it's good enough. I think that's close enough. Okay. This is a little far out. It's fine. Don't deal with it. That was Atarashi. Hyaku and Sen. Hyaku and Sen. So Hyaku. I totally did not draw this stroke further down, you know. Right, Hyaku. That's a little bit to the left, but it fine. Let's do it again. Oh no. This it's good enough. I have the same problem with this stuff right here. Whenever we have to draw a window pane, like a window pane really isolated, it's like, nah, the proportions are a little weird. So Hyaku, then Sen. Okay. The first stroke is kind of long. It's kind of small. That's okay. Get the idea. At least that's what I think. I don't know if Sen curls. I don't think Sen curls at all at the end. So then we have Mitsu, Oki, and Chisai. So Mitsu is Mitsu. Oki. Oki and chisai. Oki. Oki and chisai. Chisai. Chi. Okay. Okay. I think that's all of them. Pretty sure we got all of them. So we got all the hiragana, katakana, and kanji that we know so far. This is supposed to be the longest part. And then we're gonna go and not use kana. We're not going to write in kana anymore for the rest of the review and the rest of the kanji. We're just gonna use English now and use our associated memory because we're working on retention. Section 1's review is gonna be on retention. So there we go. Not too bad. I think they look okay. I think the kanji looks okay. Some of it's kind of lopsided. It's okay. Some of the lengths are a little weird. And then I guess some of them are not mirror image. Like the home could be quite a bit better. I'm kind of satisfied with the hachi. So yeah, it's really down to the program. The program really makes a difference because my hands are not that unsteady. Unfortunately, I have to slow down in the program. Whenever we're not in a writing program or a drawing program, I have to slow down my strokes, and generally the smoother, if you wanted to do like smooth strokes, right? Like just to illustrate, right? When you're doing cursive, right? For example, you need a program that can actually do these long curves. Like I'm pretty solid as long as the, you know, as long as the program keeps up with the speed of my strokes, but it generally doesn't when it comes to the website stuff. So many times that's why, yeah, this is one of those moments where the tools do restrict or limit what you see, and it could affect your feedback. Generally speaking though, since I've been using a program like this, right, for a while now, I kind of know how it feels, and that's one of the compensations I'm doing that's not visible. Okay, so we got hiragana, katakana, and kanji. So now let's go into our second things. So now we're thinking about a vocab. We're gonna call it vocab because technically is void of grammar points. So grammar void, right? Void of grammar. However, I can say we acknowledged this yesterday in the summary section. There are 3 grammar tips that I agree has been shown, which I already spent a bunch of time yesterday going over what is missing from those examples and all that. So they did mention things like word order, but that was just the classical verb at end, and I made a lot of commentary on that already, so we're not going over these things. This is review, not to say what's in section 1, not the application of these things, but we must acknowledge this stuff. They talked about particles. They introduce the idea of particles, but largely the only particle they showed was no and wa. Already went over that stuff, so no need to be pedantic. And then the third point was honorifics. And that's it. Yeah, that's legitimately it. And funny enough, the honorific is just son. And so it's technically void of grammar. And these tips or these things came up like way in the beginning and you never see them again. But they are accessible and they are listed there and there were examples, but I suggested that section 1 covers a lot more. So under word order, there can be a lot more examples. Their only example was the verb at end, but they could do like attributive form, predicate, but that's not the focus of section 1, right? And then particles was the no and the wa, but they also introduced ni, yo, o. That's fine. And then honorifics, it's still just san for honorifics. And then there are other things, but those are the quote unquote the tip section, right? So now we're just thinking about raw vocabulary. And we're evaluating, for myself, I'm practicing retention here. It's not about learning. It's not about concepts or meta function. It's strictly retention. So no learning, no nothing, no correction, no accuracy, just retention. Okay, so let's start with some stuff. And they're just going to come out as it goes. And it's not comprehensive. Again, oh, I have to put this back here again. Not comprehensive. In case someone pops in and says something, right? Okay, so let's just grab whatever I can see. And all this is going to be in English to save time, because I do want to get to section 2. So we have greetings, right? So konnichiwa. Dojo yoroshiku, right? Nice to meet you. Yokoso. Welcome. Mata ashita. Mata ashita is see you tomorrow. I think I'm gonna stop writing all of it. We're just gonna try to abbreviate to save time. These are all clustered. So in my head, all these phrases are clustered together. That's what retention strategies I use most of the time. So, konnichiwa, dojo yoroshiku, yokoso, mata ashita. Right, so those are the ones that are clustered. Let's add a few more if I can. We also had Ohayo gozaimasu, right? Gozaimasu, Ohayo gozaimasu, which is good morning. And then good morning, good something is a cluster as well. So we have konbawa, right? Good evening. Or actually, I have some skepticism, but we're not talking about accuracy. It'll correct itself. So we're gonna say good evening. Any other greetings that come straight to mind? We're not gonna belabor it too much because I need to save time. I really want it to be comprehensive in the hirakana, katakana, and kanji because that is the essence of the stuff that I haven't practiced. This stuff, they'll come up if I need to use them by clustering. I think that's okay with oh, jane, right? Jane. We'll just strictly write bye. Jane. Yeah, that's good enough. Good enough. I'm pretty sure out of nowhere irashaimase was introduced just once, just randomly, and it just never came up again. Or like I only saw it once. I'm pretty sure it came up randomly just once. So that's in the same ballpark. Okay, so that was kind of like the first unit, right? Greetings and stuff. Okay, and then we got lots of food. So another category that really, so let's write categories. So the root word, the root memory tool are greetings. And I know goodbyes are not greetings, but the root word, the root group is called greetings. And that's what I shelved. So now let's open the bookshelf to food. Right? Food. So mizu, ocha, which is related to kocha, right? I'll be surprised if they did irashamaise. It got some complex grammar behind. Yeah, but it did show a version of it showed up. I'm not sure if it's that specifically, but I was shocked. I wasn't as shocked in the moment, but I thought about it. I was like, that's interesting. It's something like that, but it didn't show up quite a lot. I don't even think it showed up a second time. So, or I could be dreaming it. I don't know. Do I dream in Japanese right now? And yeah, sometimes a little bit. I do dream in Japanese a little bit lately. So, mizu, ocha, kocha, right? Sushi, udon, tempura. I'm saying them out loud because that's part of the exercise, right? Sushi, udon, tempura, soba, juice. These are kind of cheap though. Kohi, and then we have like ice kohi, right? Ice kohi, and then we have a lot of other things like sandoichi, right? Sandoichi, which I did find out you can say sando, which is actually sando in English. Like what I mean is, instead of saying sandwich, you could say sando. Sando has been either adopted from Japan, or it is just a word now. So when someone says, "Do you want a sando?" they're referring to a sandwich. So it's kind of weird. I don't know, chicken or the egg or something, but sando is actually the katakana for sandwich. So instead of sandoichi, right, which is also in katakana, you can do sando. Let's see. Oh, we got other clusters. It's not technically food. We won't lump it in with food. There's another category that I'm sorting. Let's just throw in some more words that we've given. It's not comprehensive, right? Keiki, right? Keiki, kare. Those are kare. No, they're still katakana. Is there? Let's think of a hirakana one. I mean, we have a few of the hirakana ones already. Hirakana ones. I don't want to stick with the katakana. There's a lot of katakana ones, which that's fine and all. There's just a lot of memory associated with them, so it's not too strenuous. And novel. It's not too novel, right? Oh, Gohan, right? Gohan's a good one for hirakana. At least for now. At least for now, because obviously, if any of these things have kanji, I have not gotten the kanji. I've already reviewed all the kanji that I know formally and have written. Yeah, this was good enough. Like, thinking of food comprehensively, they have to come up first in conversation. Another big category is routine. I'm gonna chalk this down into routine because there is routine now formally in section 2. However, I wouldn't want to call them hobbies because routines also lump into hobbies, and it's really about the frequency in which you do them. So I have shelved these in my head under routine. So routine involves quite a few things. One of the routine in the subset, one could say they're hobbies. And then the other one is acts. And by that I mean predicates, right? Predicates. So, a subset of the routines. So let's say there's katakana, so soccer, right? Soccer, basketball, right? And then let's throw in one that's as a Japanese, like less katakana, which is yaku, right? Yaku. I'm basically not going to say the English word. I'm going to write the English word, but I'm going to say the Japanese word. Or at least to the best of my ability. Actually, I think this is about it. Soccer, basketball, and yaku are the only ones that come to mind at the moment, so we'll just stick to that. And then we have one other subset too, jobs, right? It is part of the routine, so I forgot about jobs. Sensei, isha, I almost wrote isha. It's actually getting a lot harder to say Japanese but write in English. It's a thing that I do, kind of. Bengoshi. This really isn't a job, but technically is a job by classification, and that's gakusei. Listen, students are jobs too. I'm not talking necessarily about high school students or middle school students, but that figuratively you can extend to that too. But I'm talking about like graduate school and stuff. You're still a student when you're actually working at a graduate level. So it's a little bit of a deep cut. Speaking of which, because we know student, we know daigakusei, right? Daigakusei, college student. Right? A modifier for daigakusei. I'm thinking of this word, but since I can't say it in Japanese, I'm not going to list it. Unless I can pull it out somewhere. Oh, bangoshi. I think. That might be not right, but that's okay. It's all about recall. So I'll know later. I'll most definitely know later. Okay. Something else? Alright, let's do some, these ones I like because they have kana. They're in kana. But let's throw, like, engineer, right? Engineer. I think that's okay. I think this is fine. It's good enough. Hobbies, nothing pops up anymore. So acts, oh actually, and in terms of hobbies, a subset of hobbies are, what would I call these? I'm gonna call them tools. Under routine. They're more like utility, but some are figurative and some are literal. So, ongoku? Ongoku? Or angaku? It's angaku. Music. It might be ankaku. No, angaku sounds... It's one of those. It's good enough. For now. It'll become apparent later. Terebi, right? Nusu, right? Duolingo really likes Nusu. It's in like so many of the multiple choice. It's just like, hey, we're just gonna stick in Nusu here. And then under music we have others, right? Like Jasu. I don't think there's, yeah, it's just Jasu. Yeah. So jazz, right? And Roku. Oh no. J-pop, J-popu, right? J-popu. I wonder how they say contemporary. Hey, actually, Lotus, do you know how to say contemporary, as in contemporary music? It's not one of the, okay, it's just, when I think about it, I generally first lump into contemporary versus classic first, before going into like jazz, rock, and J-pop. Yeah, that's good enough. Nusu. Oh, right, there's like anime, of course. Anime. Manga. Yep. Bonus in the katakana section, drama is drama, so there's extra stuff, but that's okay. Okay, because I'm listing these, it helps me go into acts. So acts, right? Mimasu. Yomimasu. Oh, sorry. Mimasu is not to eat. I meant to read. I mean, watch. No one, everyone avert their eyes. It never happened. Thank you, digital programs. Mimasu. Yomimasu. Abemasu. Nomemasu. Ikimasu. I mean, technically, wahoshimasu. Wahoshi desu. I mean, it's fine. Hoshi. Yeah, that's kind of complicated. That's a little complicated. Just a wee bit complicated than the other ones. The way they contextualized it. With no like grammar points again. This is not a grammar point focus thing. It's just retention on patterns. Like don't. So there's a don't. Right now, technicality, right? Choto. Wa choto. So kind of like this. This is where my memory is going at the moment. Yeah. All right. Let's do another group. Another group has come to my mind, and that's family. Family has come to mind. So, Ani, older brother, right? Atoto, younger. Or I think it's Ototo. Actually, it's Ototo. My bad. Ototo. Yeah. We'll see. You'll get checked later. Ane. Imoto. And then we have my dad, my mom, right? Chi, and oh no, I don't actually remember the pair. So we have Tsuma, right? Tsuma. Oh no. We did get a husband, but that was used much less. So we'll just cluster in that. Musco, my son. We have daughter, but it's eluding me right now. I'm gonna say Moosne or something like that. Yeah, this is escaping me too. They use my son with higher frequency than my daughter, and it often is with my son being a nurse. That was a very weird linking, but my son being a nurse comes up a lot. Did we get any other stuff in the family category? Oh well, we know how to say family too. Kazoku. Yep. Okay. Basically, since I'm not concerned about forgetting husband and my daughter is because if I see it, I'll know it's my daughter and husband. So this is the hardest form of memory, in my opinion, for myself, which is total recall. When it comes to something new, as opposed to something that's really, really old. Context memory is my jam. That's good enough. I just had another category. Oh, right. Time. Right? So o'clock, G. And then we have the numbers, right? We already went over the numbers, so that's fine. We won't have to go over the numbers. That's about it for time. Oh, wait. Hun. Or half past. Hun. What else is unique to time? About. Approximation. About. So, goro. Right? goro in the context of time. And then we'll lump that into the other thing. There is one more thing about time, but it's kind of linking. Okay, it's linking to the next thing that I need to do now. Is the category of particles, or what I consider they look like particles for now. Obviously, I would love to know what the categories of particles, but things that I observed in section 1. So not formally set in stone yet. So, yo, ni. That's why I went to particles, because of ni, for time. Yo. Wait. I meant to say no. I don't know why I say yo. Alright, no first. Yo is out on vacation right now. For now. No. So possession is the main introduction. Possession. And ni was time. For time. These patterns, right? And then o for ordering. And activities. So o for like mimasu, yomimasu, and then also for ordering is when that was introduced. And then of course we have wa to help with our copula. Yes, right? Didn't necessarily see na, but there are na implications, and there was a ga implication as well, but we'll not show those. Are not recurrence. They might have been one instance, and it actually goes into that in section 2, so we're okay with that. And then I think this is okay. This, you pretty much have most of it with these 4. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. What other things? What other grouping? So, okay, let's go over, which they haven't given the name yet, but these are demonstratives. And I did see a section labeled for demonstratives. So, demonstratives. This is kore, right? Sore, right? And then other versions put, they just say kore, sore, kono, sono, oh no, sorry, this is not kono sono. This is a very, like, you could say korera, and korera, and sorera. And then in the various positions, there's the no versions. So the sono, kono uses of them. There's also sort of like demonstratives, but they're more like prepositions, sort of. It's a combination of this. So let's just lump in the root category that I'm using in my head, maybe a little inappropriately, demonstratives, is that, these, those. And then there's a variant of this, and I guess we're just gonna say like location for now. Location is doko. Oops. And of course, there it is. Romaji comes out. So doko, right? Soko, koko, right? Doko, soko, koko. Good enough. Good enough. I feel like I'm gonna aim for two or three more categories. I feel like I'm missing 2 or 3 more categories. Maybe 2. Hmm. Oh, I am missing one. I don't like describing people. So describe people category. So this is where we have America, Canada, Brazil, Igirisu, and then the Sushin, right? Where they're from. Origin, right? Origin. So like, and then you can add gene, right? America gene, America gene, etc. So Shushin. Then we have like the act of living in the place. Sundemasu. Sundemasu. Okay, so that's okay. Oh, I just thought of another category. This is gonna be the last category. I'm trying really hard, so the trying really hard thing is nice. Oh, right. A good category. Clothing. So, kutsu. Shoes. Shoe. Kutsu. Okay. Clothing in question mark. Like items. Items. This includes accessories and stuff. Like saifu. So, I don't know what. Just clothing in quotations. So shoes, saifu, doresu, right? Doresu, jaqueto, koto, casa. Not strictly clothing, but shelved in the same group. Bullshit. Bullshit. You know, they still haven't, they've given like Scato. They given so many like lower things, but I'm pretty sure I still don't know how to say pants. It's okay. It's okay. We all wear, all like most of the men wear skirts, so it's okay. We can definitely just I have a whole collection of skirts in my closet. It's fine. I don't wear pants most of the time. Pants are overrated. You know, I don't know the word for shorts either. Huh. They haven't taught you the verbs or wearing clothes either, right? Nope. Yeah. No wearing yet as well. That is correct, Lotus. Also, yesterday I was talking with Indy, and the old track also had like to go to places and to like school and work and to work and stuff. I haven't had those either, so it was very different back then too. I don't know what your experience was. Your experience was back then too, right? So you and Indy have the yeah. So you and Indy are observing me in the new path, but you guys are both old paths, right? So Indy and I were discussing, and he legitimately showed that he's interested in that because our paths are so different, and it's a quite a fun way to compare and contrast. And I imagine yours was too, since you're like way in the deeps. So can we throw any more articles of clothing in here? You think it's a pretty good change for the most part. Wow, you're playing with fire. Long story short, the human condition would dictate whatever you learn first is really good. It's rare for people to say change is good, right? And I really like that. You and I are of similar minds when we can appreciate changes as well. Generally speaking, though, the human condition would dictate whatever was first tend to have a bias and emotional attachment. But you and Indy are quite of similar sound mind, which is makes this conversation a little bit more sharing as opposed to one-way exchanges. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. That phrase, but it's not the same anymore. It's just not like the original. Think about our media right now. If you live long enough, you will know that things get rebooted. They get re-imaged. Intellectual property cycles for the new generation. And the old hats will be like, it's just not as good as the OG. That kind of thing. Just a little thing that I talk about a lot. Nostalgia is the pain of home. New things can be good too. Yes, Lotus. That is incredibly poetic. I love that. I love that thing. Here's the thing, right? Why deny yourself loving something that reminds you of the old times and also embracing the new times? Like, I don't have to like one or the other. I can like both. That's double, right? And that's what I mean by bad habits or old habits. I just keep them with me because we're linear creatures. So instead of trying to forget the pains of home reside in you while you're looking forward and enjoying newer things, right? So both. I think life is much, much brighter when you are able to capable of enjoying everything, right? Why make it harder on yourself? In my opinion, obviously. I feel like I want to throw in one more piece of clothing. Duolingo loves Boshi, man. They love throwing in hat everywhere. Kutsu, not so much, and I'm umbrella blind. Hey, Blue Flames. Hello. I think we're okay. We don't need to throw anymore. They'll come around when they come around. I just thought of another category that you reminded me of, and I have promptly forgot it. That they kind of did quite a lot in section 1. Let me see if I can pull it up quickly. If I can't, then that's fine. It's okay. I don't know what the last card. There was another category, but this is pretty good. This summarizes quite a bit of what I recall from it. All right, so that's it for that. Now we're gonna get into the juicy part. Student, I have 1 hour to get over the juicy part. 1 hour and 20 minutes. I told myself I'd keep this to 4 hours on this. This is what I call right now. I'm tentatively calling it the tentative takes. And I summarized this earlier. So this is more like a lecture format at the moment. And I do this for pretty much everything I do for an extended amount of time. So we're going into the juicy parts now. This is the part where I get an opportunity to use the skills that I feel that I practice all the time. So we're going into methodology. And it's more of a emotionally intelligent take on objective observations. Before we go into that, I gotta take a bathroom break. Okay. Okay, so this is pretty much, if there's any place that will resemble, if someone wanted to get an impression instead of me telling them, why do I do this? Why do I stream for so long? Or why am I learning Japanese? Or why video games? All the whys. This is a great point in observing, because this is what I do most of the time. It's what keeps me engaged for most of my life. Stuff like this. So let's, since this is an emotionally intelligent take on things, generally it's not comprehensive. It's more like bend towards something that's relatable, right? So how I wanted to frame methodology is to make it appear like a constructive. So constructive criticism. And sure enough, I know that most people nowadays in the English colloquial, constructive must be in quotations, because I do firmly believe that a vast majority of advice that's unsolicited, it's actually destructive. And destructive to me is something like fear-mongering, or FOMO as well. Efficiency. I think efficiency is destructive nowadays. Like efficiency criticisms, that's destructive, in my opinion, to methodology. Quite a lot. It actually diminishes quality and methodology approaches as well. So things like this. We're not going to do that. We're basically not doing these things. So how I want to frame what I observed about section 1, at least just section 1 of Duolingo, is we're going to talk about methods of learning, what Duolingo deploys, so inferring that they might not, so from what they deploy, we can know what is absent, right? And what is absent, we'll put it into a separate group, and that's constructive. So constructive additions. So this is how I'm gonna view the things. So I observe what they deploy, so the design language, so whatever I can observe pattern-wise in terms of the way they suggest how to learn things, like aid. Oh, alternatively, I'm going to say aids. So deploys or aids, as in as a tool, what does it aid you in? I think let's use a different word because that word is... that's very not great. Assistance. We'll use the word assistance. Speaking of language, right? Deploys or assistance, and then constructive additions are more like creative. Okay. So on the one hand, there are two elements to methodology when it comes to methods of learning. What a tool deploys and assists you with, right? And therefore you'll know that they lack something, but we're not talking about destructive criticism here. So I'm not focusing on what they lack. I'm gonna focus on what Duolingo does in section 1 of Duolingo's Japanese course, and then creatively add to what is missing or what is currently missing. And I will give it in that, I'll present it in that way. And therefore it seems like constructive criticism, as opposed to putting the onus and the focus on what it's lacking. And I know that some people might say, well, I'm different. Fair enough. But generally the human condition focuses on what things lack, not what things have. That cue the whole phrase about taking things for granted. The idea is the appreciation for social normalized expectations garner less attention than things that are negative. So if I put a third column on here that says what it lacks, inherently the baseline of people's attention will be focused on what it lacks. As in, when you go into a YouTube video, the thing that is most salient oftentimes is if the video has some negative hot takes, those tend to stay salient in someone's impression over all the things that are done correctly. To quote, well, not really to quote, but to reference a phenomenon that happened to even some of the brilliant minds like Albert Einstein. You know, we talk about that mythical, I'm not sure if it's factual, but the one scene, one occurrence where Albert Einstein was criticized and kind of chastised a little bit for making a mistake, even though he made a point that 99% of the time he is accurate, but it only took that one mistake to garner the attention of his students, right? So the idea is that I personally do not like putting destructive criticisms as a form of encouraging constructive criticism. Generally, I say what it lacks, but I frame it in a way in which it can be constructive and creative. So these are the two categories. So you can, if you're a really negative person, you can technically say this is the negative side of things. As in, if you only focus on what it lacks, right? And you don't fix it, or you don't change it, or you don't learn from it, it stays negative. It stays destructive as opposed to constructive. So this is what I mean by creative. This is the active part of problem solving. If you don't do that, then the negative stuff stays negative. So I'm not going to say negative things. That's just a choice I'm going to make, and heads up for all those people, right? Okay, so the first thing, let's just, no particular order. These are no particular order in importance. Deploying. So let's go with data. Data in terms of motivation. So this is XP, right? Lesson planning. Well, the lessons themselves, not planning. That's a different aspect. But we'll say the lesson maps / paths. And then you have charts, streaks, other people's data. So comparative data. Currency. There's still a light form of currency as well. Gems. So this is one of the major methods, major approaches to method of learning, which is tied to motivation. So it's kind of, as your XP goes up, is supposed to be a somewhat of a metric to use for how long you've been playing. And specifically, I want to phrase it in that way. How long or how much activity you have had on Duolingo. That is what XP measures. I want to be very careful here because learning how long you have played something is still learning about how long you're dedicating your time to an app. I know the contentious point most people think they use this leap of logic and say, well, XP is supposed to tell you how much you're learning. Right? As in salient products. Like, I agree with the critics who say XP can mislead people to thinking they're making progress. Progress is not actually the same in totality as learning. And learning is bigger than progress. Okay? I'm just saying. So, hear me out here. So, you can learn about yourself in addition to your progress in language. Just that, is it an efficient way to know that? It really isn't. And I'm going to go into it because this is where the constructive addition comes in. But all of these marks, lesson maps, XP, paths, charts, streaks, other people, currency, goes under the assistance category, as in they deploy data to inform you and motivate you to continue playing or continue learning / playing. One of the shortcomings of that is that this is assisted. So it doesn't tell you, right? This is the deconstructive thing. I'm not going to write it on here, but what it's showing is this is the literal method they're deploying, but it's not telling you what it means. So as much as you're saying, oh, the game is implying that XP is measuring my progress, nowhere in this section, when I'm on Duolingo and I'm like doing this, nowhere does it say XP has a measure of progress. It has what it truly measures is how many lessons you completed and how long you've been completing lessons. That is what these things measure. Your streak is how long you've been on Duolingo. Okay? So right now, I'm removing all emotional intelligence. As in, when someone comes to me and they criticize Duolingo for saying, well, XP is a poor measure of progress. It's like, well, yes, it is. What made you think that it isn't? Or what made you think it is a form? You are inferring that. Because when I'm using Duolingo, I only see XP go up when I complete a lesson. It didn't say XP go up because I passed an exam to show my proficiency in recalling something very specific. It only goes up when I'm using Duolingo. That means the finest, most specific it can measure is how often you use Duolingo. That is what the metric is. Interpreting the metric, well, if Duolingo goes out of the way and say, oh yeah, you just reached 20,000 XP, you're learning a lot, and you should have covered like N2, that's a different story. But in Duolingo, that is not the case. And video games, the gamification, that's what they do. They don't tell you what the measures are for. It's up to the player to use that data to inform their own habits. So before you project your emotional intelligence and disagreement onto the expectation of metrics, we're going to go back to the cliche. Stats don't lie. It's the interpreter that lies. So one of the biggest criticisms of Duolingo up to this date is, oh yeah, XP, it lulls the user into focusing on things that doesn't have anything to do with learning and language progress. And I get it. Those are the dangers. And I'm going to tell you constructively, I did something about that, right? So I framed some stuff early on to gravitate towards a more progress-oriented mindset. But in no way is this the fault of the design. Because there's no indicator that ever said you should have 30,000 XP by the time you mastered section 1. It doesn't say that. There's no progress or expectations attached to it. You, the disgruntled user, has ascribed an interpretation to XP. So there's no objective reason to say if you have a 100 streak, you progress further than someone who has a 10-day streak. Even the data would suggest that. Legitimately, the limited amount of data that's suggested already tells me that. Like someone came in and say, oh yeah, but most people in Duolingo think that they're gonna learn fluency in like 3 months using Duolingo only. And then I look at the charts, like I don't think most people even use Duolingo as much as you think they do and place that bet on it. The vast majority of Duolingo players just play to keep the streak alive. They get exposure, just mere exposure. They're not there to comprehensively learn the fluency of a language as fast as they can. That is the error that I see a lot in interpreting what the metrics are. XP, lesson maps, paths, charts, streaks, other people data, and currency is an assisted assisted metric. So anyone who relies on these things are not the people you're talking about. That says, oh yeah, I'm worried about my language proficiency. Oh, I'm worried about this one vocab. I need to have comprehensive. If you are already assisted by these things, as in, if this type of data structure is useful to you, as in, you come into Duolingo and you're thinking, oh yes, XP, my streak is pumping you up. It's motivating you more. The likelihood of you being in a mindset of some narcissistic point of view where you think you're going to master a language in the fastest time possible, you're way out of line to make that inference. That is such a leap of logic. If someone is already having motivational issues and Duolingo provides this structure of data to get someone excited, they're not your target audience. So if you go to someone who's excited about XP and streaks and you tell them that's not the best way to learn Japanese, you are already being narcissistically selfish, because you are not being compassionate to that person and asking them, well, what does XP mean to them? Because you, as the person who don't care about XP, you have different priorities. These design, the data and the motivation is not targeted towards someone who's already self-motivated. Okay? So, all the respect to you guys, if Duolingo didn't work for you because one of its primary functions is to provide motivation, not learning methods. No. Not like semantic learning appropriateness. They are talking about the emotional intelligence side of learning. If these people are getting the extra motivation, one would hope, and this is where my constructive criticism comes in in a minute here, one would hope that these things enable someone to realize, oh yeah, I might need these things as motivators when I stop using Duolingo. Like, hey, this stuff is good. Maybe I should try and orient my XP and my data collecting and my comparison. Maybe I need these things to learn other things. This is a component of learning that has very, very poor representation to experts. When you are an expert and someone who is passionate about a language, you no longer require these things. So when you go into Duolingo, I would say a good chunk of it, maybe like 40% of recurring elements deal with this component. So already, if I ask someone, they ask me, do I recommend Duolingo to them? My first question is, what is your motivation like? Like, can you independently motivate yourself to do anything? Like, what was the last thing you learned and how did you keep motivated? Do you play video games? What type of video games do you play? And if you see that the structure is that this person requires some sort of assisted, motivated structure, then I would probably be more likely to recommend Duolingo for them. That's appropriate advising. It's not about what you think is the best. Because if you're always motivated, then sure as heck, at least almost half of Duolingo's appeal doesn't even appeal to you. So you don't need it. And then you're gonna get angry and say things like the devs don't care. Well, here's the thing about this phrasing. The devs don't care. The devs care about people who need these things. So if you're not someone who needs things, then obviously it's gonna feel like they don't care because they don't care about you and what you need. Their priorities are somewhere else. So in a way, I don't mind people saying they don't care, as long as you can explain what the devs aren't doing. And then my natural response is, it strikes to me that the devs don't prioritize that. And that goes into the next part, which we'll place on hold, which is grammar. Grammar Big talking point. We'll save that for now. So, in terms of my constructive addition, it goes into some of the things I talk about. So, I am self-motivated. So I'm not blaming Duolingo for not providing extra things, right? Because I'm already self-motivated. Even if there was an XP, a lesson map, charts, streak, other people, or currency, or gems to measure something, or even if it's gamified. If it's not gamified, it'd still be okay. I'm self-motivated because these are towards self-motivation. So how do I creatively do something new so that I don't feel like I'm wasting my time with XP, lesson maps, chart streaks, and stuff? So ironically, how I motivate myself is I learn how effective this design is, and then I use it as a teaching tool. And ironically, this is why I started here, because that's what I do, right? This is my most interest. I use Duolingo for what it's worth, extract the ideas, and use it as a potential teaching tool. How do I motivate someone in the future to maybe learn a new language if they're lacking motivation? Well, I could take this concept of lessons and map planning, like math paths, I can visualize it. And it's not a new thing for me. It's a new context for this strategy. I've used this strategy quite a lot in a different way. Like when I teach chemistry, it always comes with a diagram. When I write a syllabus, it comes with a map or like some sort of a guide and checkpoints stuff. Like I lay it out quite a lot because I'm reaching the bottom line, as in it will be boring and maybe not as useful for those who are quote unquote self-motivated, right? They'll get it done no matter what. However, it doesn't become optional for anyone who struggles. So the idea is offering the most options, and largely the group succeeds on average. So all these techniques, it's a different context. So what is interesting to me is that they're trying to gamify learning language. And this is the first time I actively have participated in a modern product that has a high influence reach that deals with the concept of learning a language. So the context is different. And I effectively draw similarities to video games, right? Since video games are something that I've done most of my life, I'm very interested in video game design. And that's how I creatively evaluate and be interested in being in XP, lesson maps, paths. Like now with the framework of video games and motivation, I think about what else can Duolingo have, right? What other things to boost motivation and consistency. So now the creative inputs are things like would love a error rate, maybe a bank of commonly missed archetypes, right? There's so many. The sky's the limit. I won't even go into lots of the things, but generally speaking, the things I have been doing is I have been monitoring my own error rates. So, and this bank of commonly missed archetypes, I'm doing that myself. So the constructive addition, the creative addition that I'm doing is like, for example, a very specific common problem that I notice in myself is that I cannot hear the attributive form of a commonly used predicate, but in the attributive form. So like if it's surrounded by two particles, like ken-san no, right? Ken-san no atarashi saifu wa. Sometimes I forget atarashi and just hear saifu, right? I lost the two words in between. The attributive form gets lost sometimes. Oh, I forgot one category. It was color. We had 4 colors and I missed colors. See, I forgot the color category. So whenever the color is being used as an attributive form, I have a high error rate in it. I forget the color. Not when the color is being the object, as in saifu wa akai desu, right? Saifu wa akai desu, where the color is the predicate's object that's modifying the subject, right? Or the topic as well. In this case, it's the topic and the subject. When it moves and say something like akai kasa wa yasui desu ne, then sometimes I drop the red. The akai gets lost somewhere. So I am literally doing those things. And those things are not being done and reinforced by Duolingo. And it's a bonus. It's not the lack of doing it. Naturally speaking, if you are a learner already, you would naturally pick up on your own error rates and your own consistent mistakes. A place of improvement, in addition to Duolingo, you can add those things, right? However, do those things result in more motivation or less motivation compared to these things? Now that's a sticky situation. If one is motivated, they will continue to make mistakes. But those mistakes can offer opportunities to creatively address them, right? So it's a mixed bag. Some people will respond to getting the literal mistake feedback, which is that sound, the sound mistake, which that's another category. I have 3 or 4 major points. I don't want to go into these points because it's actually part of the other major points, but just as a teaser, the sound mistakes, like where you're reminded you're wrong, you made a mistake. Now, how is that capitalized on for creative problem solving? The tease is there isn't, so I compensated for it. So that's an area that Duolingo can constructively improve, right? Not destructively being criticized for lacking. Because in my opinion, when you're going to learn a language and not play a game, which a lot of people are playing a game first or being entertained first, and the bonus is learning something. Not the other way around, in my opinion. The vast majority of people who view and support Duolingo is being entertained while learning, not learning while being entertained. Okay? That's my opinion, but that's the dividing part between the people who are critical and people who aren't critical about Duolingo. Because Duolingo excels at entertaining. Which is a priority for them. Slightly higher, in my opinion. Accessible, entertaining, while learning. It's a business model that's tried and true as well. Versus someone who goes to learn something, and entertainment is actually largely optional for those people. In fact, I would say a vast majority of those individuals would prefer the grind and the hardness, which I really enjoy personally. Like in the 25 days, the times when I really truly felt myself was between the first 3 days and like right as the vocabulary spiked in like unit 6 or unit 7, when the sentences hit a length that I had trouble juggling. That stuff feels good. It feels good, but I'm here to evaluate a product. I'm not here to learn Japanese. Japanese is a bonus. So I lump them all together. So I'm getting entertained, I'm evaluating a product, and I'm learning Japanese in that order. Right? So that's probably what this is addressing, in my opinion. So my hope is that creatively, you want to encourage someone to ask them, what is it about XP, and seeing how far you've gone and all the maps with the charts and streaks, what is it about that makes you want to keep on doing it? And how can you use that to your advantage? Because sometimes you don't have to change yourself. You can shape the environment around you to be in an advantageous position, right? Say you're a mermaid, right? I think the last thing you want to do is fight on land. Just saying. So in this case, you can still use this as a learning lesson. So if someone talks about the motivation aspect of Duolingo, and they talk about like, man, I just can't get myself to consistently do anything, like let alone learn a language, I might recommend Duolingo over something like, I don't know, reading a textbook like Genki. Like that, until that person develops an emotional and self-motivated framework, the ability and effectiveness of suggesting a more efficient route deals with deviating a lot of the entertainment quality and the motivational assistance that Duolingo is offering. So when you remove that, your advice might be even more destructive to that person than constructive. To those people who learn languages a lot and always telling people what the best way or the most efficient way is, ask yourself, do the thing that you hate. And ask yourself if you have the tools for motivation. And imagine that there was a system made for them to remove the burden of having motivation to do the things you hate. Like, I don't know, listen to the person you're offering advice to. You must hate that because you avoid it naturally. You avoid asking the person what their problem is. What do they like about the things before offering advice? So that's kind of what this is going with. That person doesn't understand why they're not unmotivated. However, if they use Duolingo and suddenly know that, man, I love doing this, I keep doing this, the first thing I would capitalize on, especially for Duolingo, like the Duolingo devs, is to retain the people when it stopped giving out. Add tools that continue to inform them, to naturally encourage the people who are benefiting from your motivational tools to wean off of them back and forth. Like, for example, is there a way, which I haven't thought of yet, that you can make XP gain be informative of telling the person, hey, okay, we see that you got a lot of XP this week, but it's a lot of XP in a very specific area. Here's your error rates in that length of time where you actually you kept skipping over the same error at the expense of gaining new XP. That type of thing is constructive. So Duolingo can advance the use of these motivational tools to be informative and more than just motivational tools. And that's one of the bigger criticisms. Because you can have all the motivation in the world, how you use that motivation is what the criticisms come from. Where does that motivation go? And specialists with critique, it can be misplaced often. And the misplaces, oh yeah, they're not remembering vocab anymore. They're just going for score farming, right? So that is the criticism. Yes, it's so effective at motivation that motivation supplants its original goal of learning something, right? learning something that is advertised, which is the language, learning the language. So there is a balancing act here. When you become so good at your motivational tools, when they're so good, they can supplant the original design or the original goal. That's kind of like the whole thing of, oh, we got so caught up with our design, we lost our way kind of feeling. And that's where the criticism comes. So I'm perfectly valid criticism. It's destructive though. It's destructive criticism, as in, oh, Duolingo sucks because people misplace their rejuvenated motivation. They did learn something. Those people did learn something. Just not the same things that you prioritize. If you're prioritizing learning language, I kinda agree. Motivation is a property of learning, not necessarily learning the specific language. So if motivation is really good, then it takes priority over the secondary objective, which is to learn a language. Happens in video games all the time. When someone says, hey, it's about how fast you complete a run, not how hard you try to get a single completion. These things happen all the time, and it's finding the proper motivators that meet the goal. So the goal is to learn language. Yeah, I kind of agree. The data for motivation is kind of deviating from that. The idea is, if you're the user and you don't lack any motivation, Duolingo is not for you. I think a great majority of their efforts is to continuously provide an incentive to get on and do that stuff at the sacrifice of pace, right? Of like how hard you're working and how these are assisted tools. Legitimately, they're provided for the person because there's an absence of motivation. It wouldn't be effective otherwise. So if you don't need assistance here, it will feel like a big chunk of Duolingo is not applicable. So what do? I make it applicable. Now it's not about learning how these things provide more motivation for me. It's critiquing how these motivations could be improved, for better or for worse, because if you improve these, it can be dangerous where they would hyper focus on more XP and stuff. So like, I'm not suggesting things that would deviate away from the goal of learning a new language. I'm suggesting things that will provide more information that can maybe raise awareness, right? Things like rest. Hey, you got a lot of XP, but your error rate's gone up like crazy. Maybe you should take some rest. Here's your data. You see this XP right here? You have an error rate of 33% here. And then when you go down the next day and you have like half the XP, your error rate goes down to 5%. That's informative. That's constructive. It's telling you that, oh yeah, do you see the trend, my friend? It is up to the user to use that data. Alternatively, Duolingo could aggressively go out and prescribe something even more, but I don't think that's their design language. Like to tell them like, hey, your error rate increased, stop playing. That, or like, you know, destructively attack the person with tough love. That's kind of rough. I don't usually think that design works. Like destructive, as in, hey, can you stop slacking? When you play more, your error rate goes up. Stop slacking. Keep focus, right? That type of thing, I don't think that works. Especially for a non-human service. So what I mean is, this is an automated service, right? It's not like a teacher is there to provide emotional awareness for you. So one thing that's effective is to put in safeguards and show and demonstrate the patterns that are happening. When you have data as a motivator, that data can be used to help people interpret the data in new ways. So right now, you just click on a chart and you see the chart. Like, yay, I went up, I went down, this guy has more. I'm actually using it in a different way, right? So here's a gamified way that I use it. Leagues are great. I like leagues. So what do I use for the chart? I work just hard enough for XP to get first place. And it's just the task of doing that is heuristically fun. It motivates me in another dimension that I don't get from just looking at a number go up and a streak going up. Streaks are streaks. They're not a motivator for me. So what else can I do with it? Well, I find creative ways to motivate myself. Even using a product that doesn't provide it for me. So this is different from someone who comes in and say, oh yeah, you know, that streak stuff, it doesn't matter to me. It's garbage. So this, by transitive property, this thing is garbage. It has no merit because it has no merit for me. Well, for me, I see a tool that lacks something that's not targeted towards me, but I can definitely see why it's popular, right? And then to use a tool long enough to actually have an informed decision and maybe even constructive criticism is to do the things that will compensate for this. Not the thing where people go out and say, don't use this product, use this product, it's just better. My counterpoint is it's just different. If you're going to go out and say it's just bad, I'm going to tell you and respectfully counter you with the same harshness that you use and say it's just different. So no, yeah, the maps are kind of cool, but I know I would draw a map too. Like I literally, if you look at the way I organize things, I'm legitimately drawing maps. I draw arrows all the time. So all these things are being done for the person. So when someone tells me they really love Duolingo, my first inclination is, let's start at the top. Do you like any of the data motivations? And then I can get to know this person, like what is effective. If they like the XP system, I can design a coursework and advice around an XP system to encourage them in other ways, right? If they like the maps, then I will think of things that have lots of maps, like organized, right? That's the second part that we're going to talk about soon. Charts, if they like stats, so that's why adding error rates and how many you missed in a day, right? Like you made 10 mistakes this day, 6 mistakes. They have this data. It actually tracks how many mistakes you make. So in a way, because there's one where it goes over all the literal mistakes you made as a super feature, right? And leaks, more expanded data, it allows the person to recognize something. However, on the dev side, alternatively, they can add little points. Like, hey, this part is weird. What happened here? Like, you have this consistent range of XP and then suddenly something messed up, right? Like, it's gone. What happened here? And raising awareness allows someone the opportunity of understanding how to interpret data. Which, ironically, in my opinion, even the most excellent people in different disciplines, and they handle a lot of data, doesn't necessarily mean they have the skills to appropriately interpret data. I know this firsthand because the first time I went into like a bioinformatics, I was way out of my depth. And I've handled lots of different types of data before, but the moment you handle different types of data, it kind of falls apart. Even the most educated people can misinterpret data. I mean, the scientific field would be so much more straightforward if interpretations were consistent, but they aren't. The data itself is largely not malleable. It's the interpretation that's malleable. So that's just one area, in my opinion, that can be creatively explored for Duolingo. I'm only going to stick to 2 more points because I just realized how long I've gone on this one point. The next point is information organization. So this is the other, I would say this is the other big chunk. Like, I might even argue it's slightly bigger, like 45% of the efforts is in information organization. Not necessarily, okay, this might be a little high. We'll say 40. We'll say 40. Unceremoniously. So it's about the same. Information organization, not what information is there, is how they organize the information. One of the skills that are ever daunting, right? Ever daunting is collecting and organizing information, right? How efficient that is. What are they providing? So one of the biggest assistance is, which is associated with maps and paths, is to lay out information, collect and lay out sufficient information. And this is done in spades too. I actually think even to the detriment of misinformation sometimes. For example, hold on to that. Just like data being used as motivation, it's incredibly addicting. It's incredibly and produce short-sightedness. So you have to be creative to make sure you don't get short-sighted, as in focusing on charts and XP. Come on. Just go and watch a content creator's burnout video, and the first thing they're going to say is, I focused too much on the data. And then the data started dictating the way I do things, right? That's the bane of the human condition. So hyper-focusing on data tracking can make it less and less aware of what that data actually means. So we've already gone that. Let's move on. So the next one is information organization, specifically the collecting and organizing of information. In my opinion, the Duolingo has done this exceptionally well. Although this is also done exceptionally well everywhere else. As in, the first thing that sucks, one of the biggest barrier next to motivation, I still think motivation, this barrier of motivation is still greater than information gathering, aka research, right? Research. So what Duolingo is providing here as an assistance tool is information gathering. It's gathering the information for you and organizing the information for you. It's one of the basic principles of having a tool. It alleviates the barrier of needing to collect information. So what is beyond collecting and organizing? Well, this is just the first step. First steps: collect. Second step: organize it. And then you get to the meta steps, right? Basically, what purpose or meaning? And that's where it got contentious when it comes to Duolingo. Duolingo has presented a path for the longest time, and then now it got revised in the last 2 years, and the path has changed. And I'm experiencing that path, and I have encountered other people who have experienced an older path in the way the information is presented. And largely, all the criticism comes from how the information is organized, not what information is collected. So the thing about organization is, how often do you organize information? And then how different is it? How varied is your form of organization? And then collecting also has their different methods of collecting, right? So in terms of Duolingo, you can't see how they collect information in a way. They do disclose some things, or word of mouth kind of trust me kind of thing, because it's proprietary how they collect data, right? So that's fair. We can't do anything about it. What I can say about this is when people talk about how comprehensive the information is, like, oh yeah, they didn't cover this, they didn't cover that, we have to ask yourself, is it because they haven't collected it, or is it because they chose not to present it? That's a really big distinction. So much like you, right? When you're collecting information, are you collecting the things that are important to you? Because if you are, then your data is not comprehensive as well. And a lot of times when I have counter arguments about what is presented in Duolingo, the sight of the purpose is lost. So most people think, I want to collect, the information must be for fluency, right? So that's kind of a high bar. Well, what is fluency? Well, your bar is some arbitrary bar somewhere. So before you start talking about what are they collecting, what is the extent of your expectations? For me, Duolingo is probably just aiming for competence, in my opinion. And competence strike me as somewhere in between the 60 to 70 percentile. So in a way, they at least cleared casual conversations, right? They've established the bottom line of casual conversations, just really casual, maybe even slowly casual, error prone, maybe some, that's the baseline right now. So before you start criticizing how comprehensive the data is, know that for every one of you, there might be multiples of you working at Duolingo. So if you really want to demonstrate that you're smarter and able to collect all the information more than entire group of people, then do it. A constructive criticism would be to demonstrate that you can be more comprehensive as a single person than an entire organization paid to do so. That's probably my 2 cents there. Unfortunately, since there's no transparency in how the data is collected and how the research is curated and what literature and stuff, because in science, it's all there in the literature, where all that information is coming from. In this case, it's not there. So when you're making a commentary and presumption about how comprehensive the data is, or whether they choose to care to include it, that's a leap of logic, and it's an ad hominem argument with no basis of evidence. What you can say is what is not there and what is there. That's fair enough. And I agree with the people when they say it's not there, it's literally not there. I'm okay with that. Then going on to say the devs don't care, that's what I care about. That is a leap of logic. Because what isn't there is also important to what is there. Know why? Because some of these individuals who talk about comprehensive knowledge choose to ignore things they disagree with instead of being constructive about it. So like, don't use Duolingo. Instead of consider Duolingo with other things. If you like Duolingo, add other things to Duolingo constructively. Oh, check your comprehension before you actually criticize other people's product for comprehension. What isn't there is telling as well as what is there, and what is being withheld is something. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it isn't deliberately withheld. Because what's another thing that's withheld all the time is information, withheld information that leads to undesirable habits. My 2 cents about this is, if you remove all of the problems, can you solve problems? Well, I can tell you now, there are some very fantastic college students, very talented college students that I've met over my life, and they meet their first terrible problem in college. And what happened was because they were sheltered from being exposed to something that may lead to an undesirable habit. So that is when they first learn to troubleshoot. Or in my troubleshoot is more of a programming term, but learn to problem solve and how to resolve them. So yes, I agree. Information organization is subjective. That's being presented. And the collection is not necessarily comprehensive. And there are places, like for example, the audio, they use synthesized voices in Duolingo. So synthesized voices may sound robotic because they are. Those synthesized voices are almost figuratively and literally robotic. Do they make pronunciation errors? Probably. Do native speakers make pronunciation errors? Probably. Do I still make errors when I'm speaking English? Yeah, probably. So here's the thing. When you're comparing robotic to native, having both is kind of nice. Having one or the other, that's a different story. I would prefer both, right? So what they're trying to do is they have to think about how flexible is it to hire multiple people, like 10 to 20 people, constantly being readily available and consistently being available for the life of this product, and be happy with it. Be happy with working in and out of that. Well, they're focusing on a structure that can be modular enough. And sure, it still doesn't excuse some of the pronunciation errors. I have, even myself, untrained ears, per se, heard some weird pronunciation errors. Fair enough. Fair enough. Is it still as consistent as the resources pulled into a native speaker? That's debatable, because that takes time, resources as well. So, in a way, in an ideal world, both. The answer is both. However, what they have now is incredibly impressive, that they are able to achieve, even for the Japanese course, those synthetic voices. It's to the point where even to someone like myself, who spent over half my life listening to Japanese people speak, that I'm satisfied with it. That's astounding. That's absolutely astounding. I'm not the greatest person in terms of language proficiency, but as far as I know, my hearing acuity hasn't died with my old age. I'm not that old still, but I recently have grown to be concerned about my hearing acuity. But sure enough, it's really high. It's the reason why I like music and language and hearing things. I have an acuity that I would say it's above average. My hearing acuity is above average. Humbly so, I think I'm in the 90th to 99th percentile when it comes to hearing. And that's remarkable. I'm actually really impressed that they have over 8 to 9 synthetic voices that are trained that well already, and they will be improved because their synthetic voices. You can train them at a rate that's unfathomably more and flexible than a human voice. Naturally, though, when you interact with a human voice, it can be helpful to see a human representation. So they're trying to train those voices to sound more natural. So the whole robotic thing, I get it. So we have to place it into context how they're approaching it. And those voices are synthetic, right? So they become less robotic and you actually don't mind listening to them. You know how impressive that is, in my opinion? Just saying. So how do I offset this? Well, I passively listen. Now, actually, it's more like actively listen. So my passive listening over time turned into active listening. So now I hear these robotic similes, right? Facsimiles, these synthetic facsimiles of specific Japanese words. Now I go out to hyperly look and hear for those things and compare and contrast. So now it's meta Duolingo, right? This is being creative and constructively making up for what isn't here. So a lot of people brought up grammar points. Well, on the side, because I notice these patterns, right now, there's no grammar points there aren't any emphasis on grammar points, and I don't expect it to change very much. I actually don't think they're going to put grammar up front, but it is there. Most of the information is comprehensively satisfactory, not like the gold standard, like the one and done one-stop shop for comprehension. What is there is satisfactory to allow you to be constructive about what to actively listening for if you have an issue with the pronunciation. So go out there. Now, instead of what this does is it's already exposed to you for what is robotic or what is an approximation. So now you have a point of reference. So when next time you go and watch anime or listen to your favorite podcast, you have become more of an active listener. Now you have a framework for active listening. That is in addition to Duolingo. Duolingo is, I don't think they're going to intend to move away from synthetic voices at any time. So perspective check. And then for grammar, it's all there. Most of it is there. And this is not from me. I was challenged over and over again in the last 25 days that people say, oh yeah, they don't cover this, they don't cover that, they don't do this in Japanese. And I told myself, why is that the case? So I went out of my way to spend most of my evenings, at least spend an hour or two listening to the commentary on these alleged experts. Whatever these alleged experts, no one really told me who the experts were that they based their opinions on. But overall, I would say the vast majority, 70 to 80% of the people suggested that it's sufficient, as in the grammar points, at least in the Japanese course, is sufficient. It is satisfactory, as in anything more on top of that leads to greater comprehension. So what does that mean? Well, what do they rely on? They rely on patterns. So when you look at patterns, you can go gather grammar points. What they does really well right now in section 1 is observational learning. You see that X, Y, des is in that order. And then when they switch that order, they give you examples of all the different combinatorial orders. So what do people not pay attention to? They don't pay attention to that. It's a creative way. So Duolingo can improve that. Like, for example, hey, notice the order in pattern. Like, they don't even have to go into grammar points, in my opinion. They can use the intuition of an adult and a kid to say, all right, now let's switch up the order. So like, for example, first they'll use a noun, right? And then put wa and then an adjective. followed by this. And the little duo bird is going to fly in and say, how about we swap this around? Like explicitly show that, hey, what if we flopped it around and use an adjective wa noun? Does it do anything? Does it get you to think or something? It's not the perfect example, but what I'm trying to state is Duolingo actually does this. Mechanically, Duolingo has taken a limited subset of vocabulary and they've done all the different orders, like even really weird orders, right? Orders that would raise a red flag to a linguist or something. But the idea is, do the individuals who are using your program notice these patterns? Well, to me, this is a given. It was really obvious in my opinion. I look for patterns though. I'm a person who's trained to look for patterns. Otherwise, it'd be very hard to analyze data in a scientific setting. Patterns are great. Trends are great. Generally speaking, in order to alleviate pattern recognition, as a kid, I talked about this several times already. When you're younger, you're an observational learner. Observational. Versus as you get older, you're an intellectual learner. I use the word intellectual not to imply intelligence, but more like frontal cortex thing, not like taking in all of them. So as you grow older, you're shifting slightly also. It's not that you don't ever observationally learn, just when you acquire a lot of experience on a related topic, you're more likely to rely on the intellectual component. So in Duolingo, observationally, I stopped thinking about it intellectually and just noticed all the patterns. So I creatively, as an adult, shifted away from learning intellectually and embrace observational learning. So instead of focusing on explaining why there's a wa, right? Why there's a particle between two words, why is this ending here? I just looked at the patterns. There's this word, this type of word, maybe this type of word, I don't even care. It's this word, this, and then every time they give me a new order, a new combination, like, oh, they threw this word over here, like that's the pattern. So I'm using my raw observational skills to remember all the possibilities. When you're older, you want to hit grammar first. It's always that stereotypical thing, right? You hit grammar. What grammar does is it compresses observational skills. So when you know an underlying rule, it explains a lot about the patterns that you don't need to remember. As in, like, you don't need to remember all the patterns abstractly anymore. You have a rule that explains a lot of the patterns. So then you can create the patterns. So that's the leading prevailing thought of being able to create sentences. Speak, well, as a child, when you're a kid, they don't necessarily create patterns and construct things first. They actually observe and mimic and learn from observational. So it is stronger on this side, at least in section 1. So you have to ask yourself, in here too, when I ask someone like, hey, are you an intuitive learner? Or are you an intellectual learner? Like, tell me, if I gave you a problem, how would you approach the problem? Well, if someone says, well, I will first collect all the data or any known data, cross-reference it with 2 or 3 more sources, analyze the most optimized risk-free solution, and compress that all down to some simplified rules so I can learn it efficiently. Do not use Duolingo, or try Duolingo, but you have a really high chance Duolingo is not for you. Now, if someone says to me, they approach me and say, oh, I asked them, how do you get good at fighting games? Right? Like, you're really good at fighting games. How did you get there? And the person says, well, I just play, just do. Eventually it just feels all good. Like, I play enough, I repeat enough things, I feel it out. It seems like this stuff never works. I just change it up. Duolingo's for you. This is why gamification works. It's about repetitious iteration. Patterns become intuitively ingested. And then when they want to take it up to the next level, you add the intellectual component, right? So then a good fighting game player, through their experience, see all these patterns, and then they can study frame data. They can learn vulnerability and like advanced frames, common behavioral strings, combos, combinations. All that becomes the next thing. So you have to ask yourself what type of learner you are inherently, like predominantly. And I kid you not, I am an intellectual learner. So it was very hard, just like most people that come here just to criticize me for using Duolingo. I know how you feel. I actually learned really slow. Duolingo is the slowest thing I've ever learned so far. Like, I was not anticipating myself to struggle so much with gaining pace on Duolingo. Meanwhile, I do know a lot of younger people who are really fast at using Duolingo. And that is just to illustrate how much of a difference an observational learner is compared to an intellectual learner using Duolingo's structure. When I play video games, you give me a FromSoft game, okay? You like throw me a Souls-like game. I will be bumbling all the way to the finish line. Meanwhile, you get like a 16-year-old upstart, put that Souls game in front of them, and they'll clear it in 2 tries, and they'll start doing no-hit runs. That's the difference between a product that's designed for observational learning versus intellectual learning. Now, here's the contrast. You take that same 16-year-old, and they're trained on intuitive learning, right? Statistically, they're likely to do that. You place a puzzle game in front of them that violates all their intuition versus putting a puzzle game in front of me, which violates all of my intuition as well. I'm an intellectual learner. I will get the puzzle done before them. Like, if both of us are way out of our elements and you're given to relearn something, I will likely be higher because it violates intuition. So Duolingo is archaic, much like most people say. It's archaic in the sense that it relies on time-tested methods of repetition, and banking on the idea of self-awareness, which that's one of the drawbacks. Self-awareness requires a push. It requires an intellectual component. So it takes a teacher or some sort of alternative aid, like assistance, that pushes someone to change their observational patterns into higher concepts, like a bigger picture. And you might be thinking, well, yeah, duh, most adults do that. I beg to differ. There are things that adults do that completely inherently relies on observational learning. Like, adults do this a lot, but it's not with language learning. It's definitely not with language learning. Communication. Feelings. Mannerisms. When was the last time you encountered maybe an instance where someone say like, oh yeah, I'll just feel it out? Like, oh, I thought I was being polite. No, you're being rude. It's like they didn't go and say, yeah, you know what? Let me go and study the top 100 mannerism patterns, cross-reference all of them, and then I will finally be prepared to have human contact.
That's the difference between observational learning and intellectual learning. I'm not saying adults are not capable of observational learning. It's just generally this Duolingo is designed for observational learning, and adults or people who think they're intellectual are poorly equipped and practiced to use observational patterns. And that comes to my part. I was really slow, like much slower than some people. I've heard some comments, like especially like Lotus and others, say that, oh, you're doing well, like you're going pretty fast, relatively to whatever they are aware of. I'm going really slow compared to my normal learning speed. Like my normal learning curve is very, very short when it comes to skills. Is that a bad thing? No, it's not, because I thought it was me. But the more I used Duolingo, the more I realized I really suck at observational learning. Like, it's been so long. I've relied so much on my intellectual ability to simplify, like to rationalize everything, like give me a puzzle game. I will probably have 30 years worth of experience that allows me to cut down the amount of time to increase the efficiency of learning. I don't just raw, like I was about to say something lewd by accident. But for example, kids use process of elimination. I don't remember the last time I used process of elimination when I don't have to. So, does a kid learn patterns and grammar by developing bad habits? They kind of do, but it's so temporary. So what I mean is, oh, this doesn't work, I'll learn not to do it next time. Oh, this doesn't work, I'll learn not to do it next time. Oh, this works, I'll learn to continue doing it. The problem here, and I agree with the intellectual community, the ones that are like, but fluency requires you to make the leap from observational learning into intellectual learning. And that's true. That's absolutely true for section 1. For section 1, that's absolutely true. There is no tie to higher intellectual concepts. So right now, in this way, I'm compensating. So what do? I look for the patterns that took me forever to figure out because I'm really slow. So I did all those lessons like 8 billion times over. I did hiragana like billion times over, katakana, and kanji, and everyone keeps saying like my stroke order is wrong and my sizes are wrong and my pronunciation is wrong. It's like, yeah, I got it. It's because I'm mirroring patterns. I'm not looking for anything else, and it takes me a while because it's brute force. On the side, because I have these patterns down now, I'm looking to explain them. And on the side, because I understand these patterns that I worked really hard to find, I want a bigger meaning, a deeper meaning. So me, constructively and creatively, went to look for grammar and rules and culturalism and other things to add to it. Is that something Duolingo can do? Probably. I would encourage them to. Like, hey guys, did you notice that the noun and the adjective in English are flipped here in the order? Or hey, you know what? We're gonna introduce food, and then we're gonna do 3 separate patterns of ways you can order food, and then it associates patterns with grammar. So they can alternatively do that in a different way. So you can have units that focuses on a single pattern versus units that swap patterns, and that would be an alternative path, or it could be supplemented. So that's a way to constructively criticize Duolingo by saying you can add more to it. I don't think the way they've done it is anywhere worse than trading it off for something else. But having both is the GOAT. So being constructive would mean it would be nice if Duolingo considers a separate compartmentalized priority to demonstrating, have you noticed these patterns yet? And then suggesting, hey, if you want to know why it's these patterns, you can click on this. That's another form of organization. However, in this case, section 1, the information they collected, it's not comprehensive because it requires repetition. It's based on observational learning. So the more you see mizu, ocha, ono, sono, right? All those things, by repetition, the pattern repetition, you will be able to do it really, really fast. Like so fast to the point that the meaning gets lost. Like you become so mechanically inherently good at that. It's like playing a Souls game without thinking and getting a no-hit run without even thinking about it. That's a mechanical thing. That's what observational intuition is. So to offset this, the organization can make room for the intellectual component to come in. So that's what they were experimenting with. They changed up the path. Like, I don't know, 6 years in, they had a revamp of the path. And that's kind of the whole like scientific data mining thing that they were advertising that I did see a little bit of. Again, I didn't see what Duolingo advertisement is. So sorry if I have an unbiased opinion about being affected by ads, right? So organization, I can see a place for improvement or addition where they don't necessarily have to talk about the grammar points every time. They can illustrate the grammar points. And that goes into another area I'm not going to touch, which is corrections, like mistakes and corrections. Actually, you know what? Let's make that the third topic. Yeah, let's make that the third topic. I was going to stop here. Actually, it went a little long. The third topic that comes up with like 80 to 90% of the commentary is, so what? So what if they're prescribing one organization and one way of learning, right? Well, I focus on awareness. And awareness doesn't mean right or wrong. Right? So, I'm focusing on awareness. Awareness allows for critical thinking and problem solving. When you're aware of a bad habit, it no longer is a bad habit because you're aware of it, so you know how to troubleshoot it, or you will try to troubleshoot it. If you have a bad habit and it keeps going and you're unaware of it, then that can be very dangerous, right? That is the essence of someone else seeing someone else have a bad habit and they are unable to do anything about it because the awareness is not even there yet. So oftentimes when people talk about bad habits, they're really talking about a third person perspective. It's very difficult for me to accept a lot of times when someone is very self-motivated, like have a healthy relationship with themselves, that if they have self-awareness, see, this is the difference between awareness and self-awareness. Self-awareness is something that can naturally lead to problem solving, critical thinking. However, most of the time when people say, oh yeah, you don't want to do this, you might develop a bad habit, you're talking from a third person perspective. So you're assuming that person will not develop self-awareness, right? So when someone says, oh yeah, don't use Duolingo because it leads to bad habits. Fair enough. If it turns out to be true, right? If it turns out to be true, you don't actually know that, but when you offer the advice, you're assuming there's a high likelihood that they will develop habits. Well, for me, obviously I'm an adult, I suppose, and I practice self-awareness quite a lot. Awareness includes third-party awareness and first-party. Oh, so first and third person. awareness. So I'm just using awareness as a bigger blanket slate. Self-awareness is a subset of this. So yes, are they learning right or wrong when it comes to the last point, which is mistakes and correction? So what does Duolingo assist? Right? This is the assist category. What do they assist with? Well, they clearly tell you what they don't want. So when they're focused on what they don't want, it implies that it can be restrictive. And it reduces interpretation, reduces flexibility, and it leads to perfectionism. These are some of the classic criticisms of this model. It's a mechanical restriction of using algorithmic programming. It's a common right now limitations of app design in general. May not always be the case in the future. I actually think this problem will become mitigated much more in the future with machine learning and AI, with proper training and curation. There will be like multiple levels of QCing when it comes to consistency in these things. However, what is there now is they tell you what it isn't, what there isn't looking for. So that they do super well. In fact, that's the only way they do it. They tell you what is right and what is wrong. So if you're an intellectual learner, you will most definitely use words like restrictive. It has no flexibility, and it encourages you to view everything in black and white. Right? If you're an observational learner, you will still strive to be a perfectionist. So in both agreements, I would say the intellectual and the observational learner will probably say this is unhealthy. It's probably not sustainable. So you're always viewing everything as this is the perfect answer, this is not. This is the perfect answer, this is not. However, one advantage and criticism that comes with this excelling commitment to using a way to detect mistakes is that there often is restrictive and reduced in flexibility for intellectual learner. That means there are more than one answer, right? And that comes down to QCing. It does come down to QCing for sure. It comes down to human error as well, or not human error, but human comprehensiveness. So oftentimes I hear the intellectuals say, well, the answer that I had was also correct, but it was marked as a mistake. Well, the question is that detrimental to you, or is the answer a mistake? Right? So being comprehensive, it's an extra layer, and I agree. I like that. I even tested it myself. So on my column, right, the creative column, just to tease, what did I do? I swapped up all the orders. I pattern tested over time the order. So sometimes, like right in the beginning, just in unit 1, swap up hello, like hello Ken versus Ken hello, and it goes on. It starts from here and it goes on. I'm like, wait, so can you put over there in the beginning of a sentence or the end of a sentence? Does it have to be in the middle? And then what happens if I move, that kind of thing? And sure enough, I think it's impressive that, in my opinion, coming from a place of gaming and prescribed hustle culture of the internet, I'm actually surprised that they include multiple things already, at least for the Japanese portion. Do they include all of them? Well, that's up to curation, right? And yeah, part of it is on the onerance on Duolingo to accept all the different permutations. But ask yourself, if you're designing a program that is trying to set up all the combinatorial situational things that it can lead to, as a human being, are you going to miss some of them? Well, the answer is yes. However, once again, Duolingo is a big group. It's a big organization, has a lot of resources, so expectations are high. And I totally agree. It's restrictive. Sometimes I feel like even I would suggest English translations that are a little bit more to the essence of the Japanese translation. I'm totally not even a expert in Japanese and can already notice some of the weirdness in both the translations and the weird flexibility and then some non-flexibility in the way order structures are done, right? And then this translates to the ever, well, humans don't say that. And by humans, I mean, a lot of times they mean natives. Natives don't say that. I'm like, I get it. Yeah. That no counter argument, no counterpoints to that, other than how to constructively, creatively address that. What do I do? Well, I listen to humans chat. I chat with humans. I mean, you're going to have to do this anyways, right? Isn't your goal? This is a little bit pedantic and somewhat condescending. Apologies. But I really want to ask, if you're learning a language, if you're one of those special people who learn a language not to talk to people, fair enough. Or like just learning the language for self-actualization or self-satisfaction, fair enough, you know? Learning just to read manga for yourself, consume anime for yourself, that's fair. There's a quite significant population of people whose goals of learning a language is to just consume things in solitude. And I talked about this a little bit already, the whole thing about solidarity, right? Solidarity where you're learning language to be self-sufficient, right? That's fair enough. However, for me, I learn language to chat with other people and to hear other human beings. In fact, I watch anime and manga to try to understand the creator, the writer. Much like when I'm experimenting with Duolingo, I want to understand the developers, not project my expectations onto them. So when someone says, these developers don't care, that's you. Unless you can prove to me that they don't care, which the thing you start with is by stating what they have done, not what they didn't do. Because if they didn't do it, you have to explain that. Can you explain why they didn't do that? Because it sounds to me like you don't care enough. So be careful, in my opinion. So solidarity, great. But for me, it's about chatting to humans. So what does Duolingo not do? These things. So I do these things. I chat with human beings about learning Japanese as a second language. And I watch and listen to people chat. Like one of my YouTube shorts, shorts. YouTube shorts is a Japanese guy, a Japanese bilingual guy interviewing multicultural Japanese people. And what they do is they go back and forth. They say some of it in English, some of it in Japanese. And guess what? I'm certainly not fluent and I can't construct my own sentence, but I understood what they said without the subtitles already. That was it. Did I learn that from Duolingo? Yes and no. What it inevitably did was knowing what Duolingo lacks encouraged me to problem solve. And if I'm aware of what Duolingo lacks, it allows me to supplement. Can Duolingo add these things to it? Well, certainly, yes. I personally absolutely love the format where multicultural people are at the standard center stage. So if they reference like YouTube shorts or something, hey, grab like one of these guys, like Duolingo guys go out of their way and grab these guys. Hey, can we get you to do like a 30-second interview, like a format that can serve as a template for conversational listening and whatnot? That's great. That's a step in the correct direction. Is it absolutely necessary? No, I don't think so. Because remember that when you're learning, you are constructively doing things too. Constructively being creative on top of being assisted by a tool. Literally, someone told me that a tool makes them efficient. Well, my answer to that is both. You can make yourself efficient with or without the tool. A tool that makes you efficient is also nice. So here you go. This is what that looks like in my opinion. Duolingo has given me enough things to work on where now when I go back to what I was already doing, listening to chat and people chatting in both languages, because I'm multicultural, by the way, just so that everyone knows, it became rewarding, super rewarding. Duolingo isn't necessary in my opinion. It would be very nice to have. So in terms of mistakes, yeah, those mistakes, they'll become very apparent when you hear humans, right? And are these mistakes? Well, the humans I chose to listen to, right? The humans by coincidence had about a 90% adherence, in my opinion, to all the enunciations and pronunciations that I've heard. And the way they organized it kind of dropped down. I would say to 70%. Because so some of the stuff, the order of the things were a little different. And it caused me to struggle, right? But the idea is it's only a mistake for whatever reason because humans are the reference. Well, if the reference is a standardization of rules, then why does it matter what humans do? For example, like say if there is an adherence to rules, that could serve as a baseline to say that humans have a different take on it. It's a point of reference, right? So in this place, I can understand that starting with native human conversations is great for those who naturally like to do that. And I do naturally like to speak to humans. So this part is less of a barrier for me. And I can understand when people rely on algorithmic things to tell them what is wrong and what is right. You better hope that it's comprehensive. That is a part of the restriction. So that can be a valid criticism. Once again, you're human. So you're learning a language to at least be able to appreciate even anime, right? Anime and manga. So when you have these mistakes and corrections, if you truly have learned from Duolingo these patterns, it's juxtaposed to the things you already do and was motivated to do so in the first place. So your learning doesn't stop at Duolingo inherently, and somehow that has become the major criticism of Duolingo. The idea that somehow Duolingo, because it can't assist you in all the processes of your learning, it fails as a product. That is so illogical. And I welcome the argument, right? I reckon this won't be the last time I have this discussion about Duolingo is supplemental. It's only there to optionally engage. I get it. Well, guess what? I use Duolingo as a framework for all my constructive creative learning in Japanese. The word foundational always imply like it's all the things you need to learn everything about a language. I don't believe that's true for any tool, not even any human being. If you go to an expert, that human represents a compartmentalized subset of the comprehensive knowledge of the universe that they specialize in. I don't think there's anything that is comprehensive about the universe. Being in science for so long, it's almost incomprehensible how much humans don't know. So when you go around and say somehow native speakers are the model for precision and accuracy, adherence to a rule, I beg to differ. It's a little bit of both. Humans construct even the AIs that generate those. So in the end of the day, you're going to do a lot more than just one thing. Having to do more than one thing doesn't disqualify the product. I like to hope that you guys don't just eat rice and somehow like rice is the only thing you need because it's efficient, it at least provides sustenance. You add other things, right? Like you eat other foods. I mean, all the power to you if you have like this 100% ticked off all these nutritional values and you only eat that one thing and that's the one thing you eat. No, that's not how the human condition works. So naturally, Duolingo is not a human being that's providing feedback and stuff. You design apps with a different type of philosophy when it comes to mistakes and corrections than you do with human input. And it comes with the erroneousness of it too. So lots of times people focus on one-way arguments. If it's a mistake, it corrects, it gives you the correct answer. Is that answer correct? It is always going to be correct by the way it's programmed. Is it comprehensive and includes all possible answers? No. When you go to an exam, what is the answer? What is the answer that answers the exam? The best possible answer. That is from the perspective of the person who designed the examination. So yes, it sucks when you become a specialist that you're like, yeah, that's not the case, but I don't go around telling people like, oh man, eating causes cancer. I'm like, well, yeah, it's fine. Right? That's the same type of criticism of those really aggressively negative specialists that I've come across. They represent like 20% though. 80% of them are perfectly reasonable. But 20%, they're like, oh yeah, it doesn't do this, it doesn't do this. I'm like, okay, well, you're being really technical about a product that didn't intend to be technical, but all right. And then you're constantly talking about putting more human in it. You might as well not make an app. The whole point, like, it's so specialized criticism that the product itself can't be that. Like, hey, yeah, this product, it needs more human speakers. Like, it just feels like I'm talking to a robot. It's like, that's because you are. Like, if you want a human interaction, go use a human service. There's a point in which when the product no longer it's like a paradox to have the things you suggest. So I wouldn't mind having these things in Duolingo. How relevant they are will be up to me because I like interviews with multicultural people. That might not resonate with a lot of people. I don't know. I don't know how many people resonate with multiculturalism. Clearly it's not a lot since whatever I say is always being told that it's blasphemous. So my historical feedback is multiculturalism is still a minority thing, right? So that's kind of my 2 cents on this. Is native humans the prime example of what to do. Well, if you're going to talk to native humans, most certainly. If you're using native humans as a gold standard, that's a yikes. Because the human you're talking to is just as error prone as the humans that design the algorithm. So now it goes into, we'll just touch lightly on correction because I'm 30 minutes over. So on correction, there was a time when people said there was like a forum thing or like a suggest a correction kind of thing, or have like peer review, right? Peer review. And that's kind of a nice thing. I got a little pushback on this, but there is something about peer review. Peer review is also erroneous. And how it's executed also takes a lot of time. In fact, as this becomes more comprehensive, this time goes way up. Where do you see this all the time? Science. And oftentimes this is coupled with the slow pacing. Slow pacing of learning, acquisition. I don't think acquisition and learning are overlaps completely. And consistency. Well, here's the reality of peer review. It doesn't solve these things. It's different. It's a different method. For sure. Is it appropriate for app design? Well, I mean, if you run a multi-billion-dollar corporation, per se, and you want to spend 80% of your net worth hiring people to slow down your product, slow down learning, slow down acquisition at the same critics who complain already about the slow pacing, the slow learning, the slow acquisition, but they want peer review and stylized and individualized correction and comprehensive mistakes, you're asking for utopia that doesn't exist and an ever crazy human condition paradox, like a paradox in human condition. On the one hand, you want comprehensive knowledge and comprehensive understanding that requires a level of consistency that would suggest perfection, all while having your mistakes be corrected comprehensively by people, humans, who make errors and contribute to those errors and needs to be curated by, guess what? Humans. And then humans can perpetuate the same errors that led to the errors in the mistakes already. So does that actually speed up process? No, it doesn't. It actually slows down process. So yes, for better or for worse, it's a balancing act. Having fewer answers actually speeds up the process. Building on top of that is up to the human. So when I see another mistake or a correction I have to make, I do it myself. I expectedly do it myself with the frame that I know one answer. And sure enough, I think most experts can agree, when you learn more things, there are more answers and also more questions. At least from my perspective. For every additional answer, there are more questions. So when you continue to suggest that Duolingo should go away from observational learning, in my opinion, deviate away from observational learning and into intellectual learning, you have to be willing to give up one of these things. Do you want to give up speed and learning acquisition or consistency? Or embrace the slowness and embrace peer review? Because personally, I think a lot of times when experts are not in the field of data analyses and observational science, like empirical sciences, more looking at trends of behavioral human stuff, right? Human behavior. It is unquestionable that when you introduce more human input into evaluating something, it slows down the pace. It slows down learning, it slows down acquisition. Because that's where the richness of that experience is. You learn more by slowing down. You learn more by critically analyzing and problem solving. And what happens is consistency actually goes down because there are more ideas, more alternatives. In a way, just think about the this is not the greatest example, but it's the first example that popped in my head. Think about the pipeline of a democracy versus a monarchy. That's something that's very relatable. Think about the pipeline and the workflow of a democracy versus a monarchy when it comes to policy making. So, no, I actually disagree with a lot of people here, just a little bit. I guess I don't disagree with them. I agree with their points, but I want to add that their points require a trade-off that they don't bring up. So let me be fair to those people. They don't bring up what you're giving away for their suggestions. So they weren't constructively offering alternatives. They were just evaluating the product without constructively offering an alternative. Their constructive alternative comes at empowering the person they're offering the advice to do more than just that. The solution is to do more than what Duolingo is offering. And I can get behind that. What that is what I'm aiming for. Not what is this nebulous thing like just do other things. Right? So that's kind of why I gave a few personal examples of what I'm doing. It's not all of it, right? Let's go into lightning round. What other things Duolingo? I haven't touched on a lot of things, but we have to get to my own lesson in Duolingo. But lightning round. We'll just do lightning round. Things that I haven't mentioned, which I might use for next month, like the next 30 days. We'll say day 60 or the end of section 2. Things that I want to mention in the future. I write. So I write kana and kanji all the time. Does it tell you to do that? No, it doesn't tell you to do that. Does it offer it? Well, it does offer it with kanji, which is my favorite part, right? And just to throw a nod to the XP system of motivation, I combine this with XP farming. Hands down. It's understanding motivation, gamifying, seeing how that is, but I couple it with a habit of writing kanji. This is adding an additional dimension to me spamming kanji. How did I remember all the kanji up to this point? This. So it's a combination that I worked with, that Duolingo already offered, but I coupled it myself with my mindset. Whenever double XP comes up, I'm feverishly running over kanji. And their writing system is very responsive. It's more responsive than the PEP web extension that I'm using to write on the screen. So this is great. Okay. So lightning round. I try to make time to write kana every once in a while and kanji all the time. Kanji is like at the end of every lesson now. So when I get to the end, right, they'll give you double XP right before the review, or like right after the review is done, going into the legend thing. I leave the legend thing, go straight to kanji, and I'm spamming kanji. That's how I motivate myself to kill like 3 or 4 birds at the same time, right? So I write kanji. That's something that is not suggested. It's understanding what the tools do, what they don't do, and I'm adding my own habits on top. Okay? I'm saying everything out loud. All right? Lightning round. I am saying everything out loud to the point I had to tell myself, okay, if I'm practicing, I'll focus on using my ears and my eyes because my throat is very raw. Like, it's raw from doing all of saying everything out loud. If you're asking for a low investment, saying out loud is one of the hardest barriers. And I'm going to put hardest in quotations because there's a lot of level of intellectual insecurity regarding saying things out loud. Not only am I saying everything out loud, I am also saying it out loud in public. So, yes, it's easy for an onlooker to say, you're saying this wrong. But have you spent the last 8 hours every single day saying Japanese words or in a language that you don't comprehend yet out loud as you're practicing? It's not an aggressive challenge. It's a question you have to ask yourself what you gain from saying that. It's not something that, like, Duolingo doesn't tell you to do this. Duolingo is not telling you to do this. It's relying on hearing and seeing. There's a difference between watching your favorite sports team play and actually doing the playing. All right? You can learn a lot from looking, but saying is a whole different thing. I already said earlier that I have a lot of ear training and hand dexterity. It's because when I was younger, I prioritized hand dexterity, like writing, literal writing, and hand-eye coordination, and my ears and my eyes. But my speech was so underdeveloped. So my speech are so underdeveloped. That's what I'm doing here. And it kills two birds with one stone because I'm now a streamer. So I need to speak everything out loud. So you could do that if you want. You could record yourself and hear yourself back and play back yourself, right? When you're singing, when you're playing music, you record the things and then you play it back to yourself so you can hear yourself. You can use an in-ear monitor if you want, right? Speak. You can do this on a lot of devices where you can have real-time recording if you want to go fancy. Basically, you speak into something and you hear yourself back immediately as you're speaking. So it gives you an adequate, it motivates you to tweak. Because if you keep hearing yourself, you can tweak it as you're going. So saying everything out loud. So if Duolingo is slow, which I agree, it's slow. But guess what? It's only slow because you intellectually think it's slow. When I try to be an observational learner, I am slow. Because I don't learn observationally. I learn intellectually. So they started with grammar points. If they started with rules, I wouldn't have to learn observationally. Right? Again. And the learning curve would be shorter. However, what I did instead is I fully embraced observational learning. And like an acquaintance I met during this journey, this is where we do like lightning round. So like people I met, like Indy, it's like learning like a kid again. And that's what I'm embracing. And guess what? I'm not a kid anymore. So it's very slow. It's repetitious, but it's fun now. Because my mindset isn't that, oh yeah, it's the same sentence again. It's the same sentence structure. It's now I'm thinking, how many times have I said this out loud? And did it get better? I don't know if it's improving. So I'm going to say it again. Hey, This is the 40th time I just said ramen o kudasai. Like, yeah, that's observational learning. You hear yourself, you write and speak all at the same time. I'm writing in my head most of the time because it's there's a point when it's so slow that you can't achieve it in one day, and I totally get that. But here's the thing: some people's expectation of speed is, in my opinion, I would rate my learning acuity. It will take me 1 year. I would say conservatively, it's going to take me 1 year to reach competency. And I'm going to use the word competency because I really dislike what the word fluency has become. So it will take me about 1 year. And most people think 6 months. I'm being optimistic here. And at the same time, these are the same people that says, oh yeah, I understand that learning language takes a long time and I'll keep at it. Meanwhile, they're peddling hustle culture, hustle techniques, while ironically criticizing the hustle culture. So here's the thing. I understand you guys are trying to help me a lot of times. Not like the people that are here, but the people that aren't here anymore. I understand that you want to hustle along, but I don't know if you are developing self-awareness, much like when you're learning something, that you are saying one thing, and doing the exact thing that you don't want to do. And that confuses me. And when that confuses me, I worry about the person's mental health in the future. Because all I can see is if that person's like 18 or 19, when they're likely in their mid-20s, 25, 26, they'll hit a midlife crisis where they're gonna be wondering, how am I struggling with self-actualization? Was I so hustled that I lack support system? Because I certainly was. This came to realization when I was, I'm gonna say, between the ages of 27 and 29. This is the moment when you burn out. Okay, I burn out really early because I burn pretty bright. Usually, in my opinion, the people that I know, my colleagues and stuff, they're usually around like 35 plus before they start considering that are they burnt out or not. I'm 37 now, so just to give a perspective. And that's what I learned about these patterns. When I see these behavioral patterns where someone is constantly saying they're doing something and legitimately countering it and criticizing the very thing that they're avoiding doing, it strikes to me as a lack of self-awareness. So before, if I'm acquainted with this person and this person really trusts me, the first thing I want to remediate is this first. It doesn't matter what you learn, like how many languages you learn, or if you got that PhD or something. If it's not sustainable, your life is going to be unhappy. So all the money in the world, all the success, all the titles cannot bring your life to be happiness if you're running around being a self-contradicting person. You want something, but that thing you want, you hate. That happens a lot. You have to do things you don't like, yet you don't prioritize them in the first place. Things like, I care how good I am, but I want people to notice. This is a very common self-contradiction. If you only care and focus on how good you are, you do not have the charisma to have people notice you. If you're lucky, plus luck, you could be trending. And yeah, some of that does happen. You're like 2% of people, where the thing you are really good at happens to be the thing that is also trending, and then when they trend away, all those people leave them because they have no ability to adapt to how people notice you. Why is this all relevant? These are learning lessons from Duolingo. You want to help someone? So you want to help someone use Duolingo to learn. Start by asking yourself, how do you learn? How do you learn with Duolingo? That's the question I'm asking myself. So if I were ever to recommend or criticize a product, I would actually have to know how to use it first. Most people, a large majority, I said 60% of the critics that I've encountered, bless their hearts, they found better ways to learn language, I guess. The first thing I asked them is, do you use Duolingo? Most of them don't actually even answer this question. They say, I use Anki and other things now. That right here is a contradiction. Because they came in telling me how bad Duolingo is. Well, there's no... Why could you not answer my question? Is Duolingo so absent from your mind that you don't even answer the question? How could you possibly have advice about using Duolingo if you can't even answer how long you've used Duolingo? It happens. A lot. Far more than I would like. I'm not going to say things like, as a scientist for 30 years, this is not the right way. Well, I'm not a scientist now, so I can't really tell you. What is it like to be a scientist in the last 5 years? I can't tell you. That's just how time works. Knowledge changes. Knowledge is malleable. Human perception is malleable. So if you're not doing it right now, you gotta be very careful with your words. Our society is largely, our communication is language based. So ironically, it's so weird that people who are really perceptive in language fail to attach that to some emotional intelligence. So there you go. Anyways, that's another lightning round, by the way. These are like stories that I've encountered. So we're doing the very last bit. So that's where we're at right now. But one of the things I would have to say is everything out loud. In fact, I might skip everything out loud today because we've already gone through this stuff. There's plenty of more topics, but I'm going to save it for the next tentative takes. I like tentative takes. This title is probably what I'm going to call these now. Tentative takes. So as a summary, right? 25 days. Section 1 completion, I suppose, to some extent. I don't think it's a completion, but that's another word that requires a lot of explanation. And we're moving on to section 2, and this was about, an average of 6 hours a day, right? As a reminder, 6 hours a day, consistently with everything I've said. Those are the things I think about. Right? And they're consecutive. Thanks to that's not how you spell consecutive, but remember streaks, right? Streak of 25 consecutive, and then usually these are unrested 6 hours, as in there's no lengthy time of breaks other than bathroom breaks and whatnot. What is my competency right now that I feel? I think I know 250 words. And all 76 elements. There are actually 76 elements. Yes, exactly. 76 elements of hiragana, katakana, and I want to say something like 42 kanji so far, which we did, right? I don't know if that's 42. I'm just doing some quick math. Where is it? Right here, right? So we know these in both writing and meaning so far, the restricted meaning and pronunciation as well as I can. So here's my handwriting, right? These are my handwriting. And throw in some bonus. I know, I'm going to say around 15 patterns. 15 patterns. And 8 grammar points, which I didn't explicitly say to anyone, because they're inferred from patterns. So this is what you get for this type of setup. Now I do passively learn. I do passive things too, like watch YouTube and all that stuff. We'll talk more about that as it becomes more developed. Watch YouTube, like Japanese dialogue, listen to Japanese dialogue. And I'm going to say passive in quotes because they're becoming more active as I'm applying more of these, right? As this balloons, they'll become more and more active. So that's the review for section 1. And for me, let me rate my proficiency. Me, section 1, my performance. Here's that little like hot take thing, review thing, right? I give myself a B minus. Yeah, a B minus. It was tough. It was tough to learn in that way. Let's see what happens in section 2, right? Let's do a fun prediction. In section 2, just because I saw some of that stuff, in the layout, I think it's going to be more of a B+. Because I think we're entering a situation where intellectual takes front stage. And we're shifting away from observational learning. So it's not, it may be less volume. So volume might go down here. And more about concept. They're probably gonna indirectly, at least that's my take on it. So we don't know yet. Maybe I'm way off the mark and it becomes like a C minus, right? Something like that. But I know that observational skills, holy heck, it's so exhausting. Like, imagine solving puzzles by trial and error. That's, holy heck, I'm not good with that. That is something I don't do. In video games, I don't think I can complete it. It'll be really tough for me to complete a game, like a puzzle game, using trial and error only and looking at patterns with trial and error. That is not how I solve puzzles. And in this case, section 1 relies on that. And what I did outside of Duolingo is to add more of this component back in. So I kind of eased grammar and looked at grammar or explained some of the compounds in my on my own time outside of Duolingo, right? But purely observational, it is so tough. Like, yeah, I'm not a kid anymore. It's tough. Anyways, there's some stuff for you. Okay, so we're finally going to spend the next 2 hours doing one lesson in section 2 to have some fun. Okay, so let me bring this up. Okay. Uh-oh. Hold up. Okay. Oh. Wait. Did I click on the wrong thing? Oh, I did click on the wrong. There we go. All right. So section 2, unit 1. All right. We'll do the other things later. But we're not gonna... we'll do a kanji section at the end too, I suppose. Yeah, because we're gonna get to the end of this. We'll get to lesson 5, then write some kanji and call it a day. Also, first time this kid is in. Alright, so use present tense verbs. Okay.
泳ぎますか?
Oyo?
泳ぎますか?
Do you swim? Oyo? Ni? Did you just ni me? Oyongimasu ka?
泳ぎますか?
Yeah, you totally yo me. You yomied. Okay. Ayomi. Ooh.
泳ぎますか?
Oyoimasu ka? Okay. So, do you swim?
毎日泳ぎますか?
Say that again? I want to hear this from this guy.
毎日泳ぎますか?
Okay. So, there's the gi, right? Oyogimasu ka? Oyogimasu. Eh. Did you say 毎日?
泳ぎますか? 毎日泳ぎますか?
Fair enough. 毎日 毎日泳ぎますか? Ooh, oyo next to each other. I'm already having trouble saying oyo from the o particle into yomimasu. Ooh, that's gonna be rough. Okay. 毎日泳ぎます。泳ぎますか?
毎日泳ぎますか?
泳ぎますか? 毎日泳ぎますか?
よく泳ぎますか?
よく泳ぎますか? 泳ぎますか? Do you swim often?
よく泳ぎます。
Oh, we didn't cover frequencies. So, one of the categories that we didn't do in the section 1 review is frequency words. So, よく泳ぎますか? Yeah. So, 泳ぎますか? Or must. よく yoku oyokimasu. So yeah, so all the phrases are being compressed again. Like now we're strapping back instead of like unit 6 and unit 7 length where they're just stacking. So yoku oyogimasu. Yoku oyogimasu. Of course you would put a yoku.
一人で本を読みます。
Hitori day. Tori day. Oh, okay.
一人で
Ah, got it. Okay. So, hitori day. On o yomimasu. Interesting. So, hitori day on o yomimasu. Let's see. I read books by myself.
週末は泳ぎます。
Okay, shiomatsu. No, shiomatsu wa. Okay, shiomatsu.
週末は泳ぎます。
On the weekends. So you have shio, matsu, and then wa. Okay. Shiomatsu wa aogimasu. Shiomatsu wa aogimasu. I swim on weekends. No. Interesting. So you can preface it. On weekends, I swim. Okay. Shiomatsu.
週末
Shumatsu. Okay. Shumatsu. Then we have sen and nei.
一人でアニメを見ます。
Hitori de anime o mimasu. Okay. So I watch anime by myself.
一人で
That's a phrase that's actually kind of useful to a lot of people. I can't relate too much to that anymore. Anime is a anime is a social activity for myself these days.
週末はジャズを聴きます。
Shumatsu
は
I heard
ジャ
jasu
ズを
o
聴きます。
ikimasu.
週末はジャズを聴きます。
Yep, that fits. Fair enough. Yeah. Shumatsu wa jazu o kikimasu.
週末はジャズを聴きます。
Yep, okay.
毎晩泳ぎますか？
Maiban. Interesting. Oh, this is good. Maiban oyogimasu ka? So, Maiban. Curious if I can... Yeah, probably. Do you swim every night. 毎晩泳ぎますか？泳ぎますか？
週末はサッカーをします。
Okay, 週末 right? 週末はサッカーをします。そう。週末はサッカーをします。Okay. On weekends, I play soccer.
週末は映画を見ます。
週末は映画を見ます。週末は映画を見ます。So on weekends, I watch movies.
毎朝泳ぎます。
毎朝。Oh, 毎朝。Fair enough. 毎朝泳ぎます。Okay. I read. Wait. Oh no, I don't. I swim. My asa every morning.
よく一人で泳ぎます。
よく一人で泳ぎます。So, I often 泳ぎます。Swim every by myself. Oh no. Yes. By myself. Right? 一人で。Yeah. Okay.
一人で音楽を聴きます。
一人で音楽 whoops 音楽 oh there it is 音楽を聴きます okay sure I listen to music by myself. Fair enough. On weekends I watch movies. Okay. 週末映画を見ます。Right.
週
週
末
末は I've got the は映画を見
見ま。
ますす。I read the news by myself every morning, so let's see. So the order that I saw earlier was more okay. 毎朝一人でニュースを読みます。翻訳, as some characters say. Oh, I kind of like that. That's actually nice. 翻訳. I kind of like that. Instead of the other way. Huh. Oh, I get it. Yeah. I see what you mean. 翻訳. That's a good one. When you run N and Y together, it sounds naturally like the nasally G. 翻訳. Okay, what did I say? 毎朝一人でニュースを読みます。Yeah. 翻訳. Yeah. Not bad. Still 6 lessons. They didn't go up. I was getting a little scared that this number keeps going up, but 6 lessons, okay. Because it started with what, 4 lessons?
ドラマを見ます
Hey, drama. So we got drama. I even talked about this earlier today. We got drama from the katakana section, but glad they're introducing drama. Drama. I germinate the nasal to be safe because I don't know if onyaku is a word. Yeah, I get it. Yep, you generalize. Yeah, yep. It's kind of funny, but I'm gonna be more nasally in the future because Mandarin has nasally stuff like nar, you gotta be very nasally. Nar. There are lots of nasally things in Mandarin, in my opinion. You can't do it as kanyaku because gunpowder, yeah, kanyaku. Fair enough. But remember, Japanese is context, right? Context. So perhaps let's hope that gunpowder and science aren't in the same sentence implied. Which they can be. I can think of an example where science and gunpowder can be interchangeable in the context of a sentence. But anyways. Good point. Drama o mimasu. Drama o mimasu. I watch dramas. I most certainly watch dramas. What kind of dramas? Left to the imagination. Drama.
ドラマ
Drama.
毎朝ドラマを見ます。
毎朝ドラマを見ます. I watch dramas every morning. I don't watch dramas every morning. Kagaku is chemistry too with a different kanji. Oh, interesting. Kagaku gets defaulted into chemistry with a different kanji. That's interesting. Huh. What is biology? What's the kana for biology?
父とドラマを見ます。
Chichito. That's a particle.
と
Oh, maybe not. Interesting. Okay. Chichito. Oh, this is the particle
Oh.
for direction. Oh, we're finally getting that. Ooh. With and that, because we only use this as and so far, but now it's a relation. It's a relation between the two. Seigaku. Seigaku, I guess. Seigaku. Why is that so different? Oh, wait. Does sei mean like bio? I guess gaku is like the study of or something like that. Or like a field of study or something like that. Sei, interesting. Is that supposed to be an L or is that an I? Or is that supposed to be an L? Sei is living. Ah, I see. Yeah, Seigaku checks out. Oh, it's the same as Daigaku? Ah. Nice. Way to blend that together because I got Daigaku. It makes sense. And then living things say turns into Iki. Okay. I see. So Ikimono Gaku, I see. What does mono mean? Mono is things, right? So you have Iki, mono, like living things. Study of living things. Well, what does the mono stand for? I like this. This is good. It's gonna be relevant because these words, I don't know if I'm ever gonna get these words in Duolingo. Maybe, maybe not. They do have allegedly 1600 kanji, so mono is 1. Oh, okay. So it is mono. Tabe mono is food. Okay. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Okay. So chichito drama o mimasu. Chichito drama o mimasu. Drama. I gotta not. I'm trying very hard not to say drama like the dr. Drama. Chichito drama o mimasu. Okay. I watch dramas with me paps. With me chichi.
友達とアニメを見ます。
Hey, tomodachi to.
友達
Tomodachi. At least that's a
Tomodachi.
familiar word. I haven't seen it in a kana though. Tomodachi. Okay. So, tomodachi to. Sorry. This phrase is so apt because I actually say this. Tomodachi to anime o mimasu. Most definitely. Oh, chemistry and physics are in Duolingo? Nice. Chemistry and physics? Just chemistry and physics? I'm offended. I'm just kidding. What the heck? Heck in chemistry and physics. Okay. Tomodachi, so tomodachi to anime o mimasu. I watch, whoops. I with I with anime my friends. I with anime my friends. I anime with my friends. Actually, you know what? They might as well turn anime into a verb, right? Instead of saying I watch anime, you might as well just turn it into a verb. Like, guys, I anime with my friends on Wednesdays. It works. Come on. English. Cut out that heckin' verb. Who needs a verb when you can just turn the noun into a verb, right? That's how we roll. I anime with my friends. I'm not sure if that might catch on actually. It's kind of like Netflix, right? I Netflix with friends. As opposed to I watch Netflix with friends. I kid you not, sometimes it just gets cut off. It's I Netflix. We Netflix. I mean, you know? Wait, another correct? Wait, what happened? Why I watch anime with friends? Oh, interesting. So the answer they were looking for, but they are willing to accept my friends because it's implicit. It can be implied. I watch anime with friends. Okay. Yeah, I would rarely ever say I watch anime with friends. That would be a bigger net. You would be casting a bigger net. But I get it. Interesting.
友達と遊びます
It would have caught on by now, surely? Anime as a verb? True. That's kind of fair. I'm too old. I'm old. So it's hard it's hard to know if I'm hanging around the proper age group and community to know if they use anime or anime as a verb. So there is that selection bias, right? So it's not like every day someone would approach me as a 37-year-old man and say, "Do you want to anime together?" So, unfortunately, unless I look like I'm 16 or something, I don't know if anime is a verb in some circles. Right. I mean, the last thing I learned was freaking Bing chilling. Come on. How old is that? It's actually 4 years old. I saw the original clip. So, it's at least 4 years old. You know, Bing chilling, right? Anyways. Tomodachi to new word. Asogimasu.
友達と遊びます
Asobimasu. Whoops. Asobimasu. Am going to hang out. Chill? Wait, how do you say chill? Or vibe? Is this the same? Can you say chill instead? Like tomodachi to vibe. Or tomodachi to chill. Play. Okay, sure. I can see that. If you anime, you know the difference between tomodachi and nakama? No, I don't think so, but alright. I can't say I do, but alright. So, I hang out with friends. Oh, there's no my this time. Drama and dramas.
よく兄と遊びます
Yoku, I heard.
よく兄と遊びます
Oh. I'm just... What
ゲ
is
ー
this?
ムゲーム
Wait, is there video? No. Okay. Alright. Sorry. I'm getting into stuff that are really, really fun and relevant.
よく兄と遊びますよく
Yoku. Ani to. Oh. Ani. Ani.
to.
To.
遊びます
Sobimasu.
よく兄と遊びます
That's kind of cute. Yoku ani to asobimasu. Yeah, my voice is too weak at the moment. After today. Game. Gameu. Gameu o asobimasu. Oh, asobimasu. Oh, ignore that. Oh, you don't. Oh, okay.
よく兄と遊びます
That's fair.
時々姉と遊びます
We got Tokidoki back. Tokidoki. I totally forgot about Tokidoki. Tokidoki. Ane to. They're kind of bringing a lot of things back. Ane to asobimasu. Okay. I hang out. I sometimes hang out with my ane, my older sister.
友達と遊びますか？
友達と遊びますか? Do you hang out with friends? What kind of question is that? Sorry. Drama
ドラマ
in.
in
Just throwing in. Is 昼ご飯
昼ご飯。
新しい
新しい。
and oh hey 静か
静か
That's a throw. That's a back from back. Oh, I did forget I forgot another category of words. In the describe section. Because we had like urusai, kirei, and stuff. Wow, I did forget some stuff. But now they're coming back, so there's way more. Yeah, 250 words is a lot. Total recall. Anyways.
ナオミさんと遊びますか？
Naomi-san do asobimasu ka? Okay. Asobimasu ka? Do you hang out with Naomi? Awfully specific question. But
毎
okay.
日友達と遊びますか？
毎日友達と友達と I want to say osobimasu ka, but we're gonna have to hear that again. Okay.
毎日友達と遊びますか？
Eh?
毎日
And I just spaced out.
友達と遊びますか？毎日友達と遊びますか？
Yep.
毎日友達と遊びます。
毎日と友達と wait.
友達。
Oh, tomodachi. Whoops. Oh.
毎日。
Oh, 毎日 tomodachi. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh gosh. Oh no. Okay. 毎日友達と遊びます。Okay. So. 毎日友達と遊びます。Oh, I
友
can't.
達。
I'm gonna have to think about a way to gymnastics myself into thinking a little bit more about that one. Yeah, only use asobu for hangout, I see. Interesting. Okay. 毎日友達と遊びます。Okay. I hang out with friends every day.
毎日花さんと遊びますか？
毎日アナさんと遊びますか? Okay. Do you hang out with Anna every day?
週末は友達と泳ぎます。
週末だ。週末は友達と泳ぎます。泳ぎます。そう。週末は友達と泳ぎます。週末 on weekends I 泳ぎます。swim with friends. Judo. Okay. Do you hang out with friends? Dang. What a question. Hey, Milo. I see, Hideyoshi. I see. What's up, Milo? How are you? It's really late. Or either it's really late or it's really early. You sleeping all right? How are you? How have you been? Tomodachi. 友達とhang out 遊びますか友達と遊びます。
友達と遊びます。
All right. Aww. We get to see Kazoku again. Saka and Ongaku.
家族、
時々家族と映画を見ます。
時々家族と映画を見ます。So, I watch movies with my, well, I sometimes watch movies with my family. What a phrase.
時々父とスポーツをします。
Did you just sports
スポーツ。
sports to oh well.
をします。
Yeah, we know Shima's sorry. So, 時々父とスポーツをします。Okay. I sometimes play sports with me paps. スポーツ Not today, not with my voice. Oh boy. They're doing a much better job of teaching you whole than when Duo taught you? Interesting. Neat. So does that mean I'm just better than you, Lotus? No, I'm just... Sports.
週末は友達とスポーツをします。
I know it in English, but I gotta say this again. Okay. 週末は友達とスポーツをします。スポーツをします。Okay. On weekends, I play sports with friends. I keep looking for my friends.
よく友達とスポーツをします。
Okay.
よく
よく友達
と
と
ス
スポー
ポーツ
ツ
を
をし
し
ま。
ますす。よく友達とスポーツをします。
毎日家族と晩ご飯を食べます。
Ooh, I heard晩ご飯を食べます。So 毎日家族と晩ご飯を食べます。So 毎日家族と晩ご飯を食べます。Okay. I eat dinner with my family every day.
ヨガをしますか
Yoga. Oh, yoga. Sorry, it took me a while. I'm like, katakana, yoga. What could yoga mean? That's a funny brain fart moment right there. They made the hiragana to because it looks like a toe. Yeah, that was my first thought when I saw the toe. It's a thing pointed to a toe. Yoga o shimasu ka? You play yoga?
しますか
Oh, it's okay. You're going to do okay. Sorry, the only context I had so far was play something. But yeah, okay, fair enough. Yoga o shimasu ka? Sure. Do you do yoga? Oh my gosh. Sorry. I mean, honestly, you could probably get away with do you yoga. Honestly, you could get away with just do you yoga. I'm guessing that do is required.
友達とヨガをしますか？
Oh, I heard the yoga. Tomodachi, so I heard like tomodachi to yoga o shimasu ka. There might have been a ka.
友達とヨガをしますか？
Yeah.
友達と
ヨガ
ヨガ
Yeah. ヨガをしますか？
毎日ヨガをしますか
毎日ヨガをしますか？ Do you do? Yikes. Do you do yoga every day?
よくヨガをします。
This is where I will interject with I do yoga. I do yoga. And then Fictitious is just gonna come in and say, haha, you said doo-doo. Also, if you were a blank slate Duolingo, blank is your first clue that your previous assumptions around wa may be wrong. If you were a blank slate Duolingo learner, I disagree. If I was a Duolingo, I will always come to the conclusion that that is not the case. But if you are a dual blank slate, if someone is an observational learner, I would disagree with you wholeheartedly. But if the standard Duolingo learner is like you, yes. Yes. That is incredibly presumptuous. It's kind of ironic because you're assuming someone assumes something incorrectly, even though you're making the assumption incorrectly. A blank slate Duolingo learner wouldn't consider what wa is, but just where wa is, which is what I spent like 2 or 3 hours talking about. You're assuming the blank slate Duolingo learner is going to try to figure out what wa is instead of where it is, literally. So if you're looking for patterns, then there's nothing to be wrong about. It's where it is. Yoku yoga o shimasu. And I'm guessing you're sharing this with me because no, that is not what I was thinking. I only know where wa is, not what it means, for the longest time. I often do yoga. It's a little bit disappointing because I spent 6 to 7 days consistently talking about observational learning versus intellectual learning.
4.
4. ニュース
ニュース
空港空港
空港
and sports
スポーツ
and then isogashi. Ooh, yeah, that one I didn't remember
忙しい
from Total Recall.
家族とヨガをします。
家族とヨガをします. I do yoga with my family says very interesting collectively minority.
よくヨガをしますか？
よくヨガをしますか? Do you do yoga often? I kind of like separating this. Do you often do yoga? I like that. It's kind of nice.
週末は姉とヨガをします。
週末は姉とヨガをします。Okay. On weekends. Just so you know, wa is the relationship between the topic, subject, and object. So it determines the relationship between the whole object of the predicate versus the topic/subject. Sometimes the topic is separate from the subject, which can show a subject-object relationship with the predicate. That's what I learned from being a blank slate Duolingo learner. So, no, wa was not incorrect. If you know where positions wa is, you're only taking count of where wa is. Again, just to reiterate, if you're someone who works on using your prior knowledge as an English speaker to frame Japanese, if you're someone who's an English speaker who tries to frame Japanese with rules of English, I absolutely agree with you. Like, for sure. For sure. For me, I tried to throw out all my English. I tried really hard to throw out all my English rules. So I wasn't trying to find where the verbs were. Or like, what is wa? I didn't care what wa was. Like, was it a verb? Was it a helping verb? Was it like I just didn't care about that. I just know that wa where wa shows up. And it slowed me down though. So if you knew in advance what wa was, you can probably speed someone up. I agree though for that. So like if you went to someone who's spending too much time figuring out what part of speech is wa, you might be able to help them along. Like speed them up by saying, oh yeah, wa isn't a helping verb, for example. It's not is, for example. Because if you use is, it's gonna help, it's gonna slow later down where you can see wa, where wa is. Like wa is not is. That kind of thing. I totally agree. That is something to be wary of. If you see someone struggling, they're spending too much time, if they're using Duolingo, and if you're seeing them struggle with trying to figure out the grammar, my personal advice for them is just remember where wa is, and it might become apparent later. So like by the time they get to section 2, from the pattern alone, they'll realize that it's not what they think it is. Just by focusing on the pattern, but not what it means at the moment. So it's kind of nice that way. It does slow you down though, because then it feels like you're guessing sometimes. I just noticed it uses this in construction because I wonder if ni could be used in there. I see. Shumatsu ni would be a definite weekend. So I see. So you can see if you can put ni after shumatsu. So shumatsu ni as in a time. So you can switch up the particle for time. Or the only time I've seen ni is with time. So definite time. You use ma shumatsu for each and every weekend. I see. Also because there's a lot of bad Japanese grammar books written in the last 50 years that says wa marks the subject. Well, it kind of does. But there are cases where it doesn't. So there's a difference between saying wa marks the subject and wa always marks the subject. You're suggesting that when people say wa marks the subject, wa always marks the subject. Wa does mark the subject. It doesn't always mark the subject. Kind of like planes are fast. Well, that's not saying all planes are fast. Or that's a bad example. Like cars. Cars are fast. Or cars are driven by people. Now you're assuming all cars are driven by people. Well, that's not true either. Because cars can be driverless. Now. So that's kind of what I mean. So when I see the term wa marks the subject, it does. It's kind of like des makes sentence polite. I agree with the person that said des makes sentence polite. But do they only make sentence polite? And they use the word just. Right? And just implies it only does that. And that's the part where I had problems with. Just like you. Where you're having bad Japanese grammar because you're interpreting that wa marks the subject means that's all wa does. Or wa always marks the subject. Which is not true. So I agree with that. That statement's still adequate. That's more of a command of the English language. Not a Japanese problem, just an English problem. Yeah. So like, for example, on weekends, I imagine Japanese people would specify on each weekend, on every weekend, just like you're saying, right? In English, when it says on weekends, you're implying that it's every weekend. But that's not true. When you say on weekends, I hang out with friends, it's not every weekend. It's ambiguous. It can be every weekend or one weekend. A few weekends, a couple weekends. irregular weekends, it doesn't tell you what manner of weekends. Just like wa marks the subject, you do not know if it's all, some, none, few. It's not specific enough. It's English. It's one of the parts about English, and it leads to a lot of arguments, tons of arguments. In legal paper, when you're talking about like laws, insurance laws, policies, and scientific writing, you have to specify what it means. So you have to be more precise. I don't know what the grammar books are. Unfortunately, I didn't read a Japanese grammar book outside of the des thing. Excerpt from 80/20 Japanese. That's the only time. But it was an excerpt from the book, not the literal book itself. So even then, it's probably paraphrased to some extent. Yep. 50 years is a really arbitrary number. 50 years is a long time. That's crazy if it goes that far back and that many bad grammar books. That's a lot of bad grammar books. Unless you're talking about 50 years because the oldest book you know was 50 years ago. That would imply that there aren't a lot of bad Japanese grammar books, but just one that happens to be 50 years old. That's the limitation of English. It's probably since post-war. Well, so here's the thing. You're suggesting that if there is an old grammar book, that there will be a lot of bad grammar books. But if you take the oldest grammar book and you assume that there's a lot of published grammar books, which I'm not assuming, it could just be that there's an old bad Japanese grammar book and a series of it, but there aren't a lot of bad grammar books, right? Because that's not a given. And this, in my opinion, is logic as opposed to an English problem. The logic would dictate that if there's an old bad book, it's a leap of logic to assume that there were a lot of bad books between knowing that there's an old book to the current time. Right? Some fun stuff to think about, I suppose. It's kind of relevant and kind of not. This is I would love to do like a lecture on logic, or like talk about and share making logical arguments, right? There's a high enough proportion of grammar books on the market in the last 80 years that confuse students with their definition for wa. And it's usually in the context of des as opposed to wa itself. And they're using the same logic you're using to rationalize that there's enough proportion of grammar books on the market in the last 80 years to confuse students. So I'm not going to confuse anyone and say that, well, I'm going to further confuse someone that says, if you're concerned with the whole, someone says wa marks the subject, technically it's true. And to confuse them further is by saying, well, sometimes they don't. So that's fine. Both statements are accurate. So prevent confusion would be to just state what things happen, what it is. Like for example, when you said, well, blank slate Duolingo person would assume something wrong about wa here, you make the assumption that all your premise is true, which is not. That's a leap of logic. A lot of people just know where wa is just by happenstance. And now somehow that's a portrayal of what wa is. So I don't think the people who learn wa through Duolingo is related to the people who have bad grammar books, right? So how much of it is that people translate because more people are learning Japanese? So when you're saying there's a high proportion of grammar books on the market that causes confusion for students, and it's been increasing over the years, it could also be explained by just more people learning Japanese. Confusion naturally happens in a normal distribution. So you can probably see an increase in the number of students that are confused and have multiple definitions because there are more people learning Japanese. Much like English. English has become messier and messier because there are more people that use this English. So there are other ways to explain these observations. I'm not saying it's not accurate. Having poor grammar books will probably contribute to confusion. Inconsistent grammar books will likely lead to confusion. So the word I would use is inconsistent. It can be consistently wrong and still not be confusing. So 2 different points here. If you're saying a lot of grammar books are having people say wa marks the subject, then it means all those books are consistent, so there's less confusion. If there's more confusion, it means those bad grammar books are inconsistent with each other, so people can't agree on a consistent definition. I imagine all of them can exist at the same time among different groups of students. For the English speaker, I'd probably agree that wa might be confused with marking the subject, or even fundamentally just interpret it as the placement for is, right? As in a verb, a helping verb. Which has very little to do with, in my opinion, with poor Japanese English book or Japanese grammar book. And more to do with there are a lot of English speakers who are learning Japanese. And the closest thing that they can see in similarity is English grammar. That could explain that too. The confusion. So if someone didn't know English, is the confusion still high? I don't know. You have to decouple all these confounding variables. On weekends, I think it's all of the above, by the way. I think it's all of the above. All of them are contributors, for sure. How much? I have no idea. Yumatsu wa ane to yoga o shimasu. On weekends, I do yoga with my older sister. Okay. I often do yoga with Naomi. Okay. So, Naomi-san to yoga o, oh no, wait. Yoku Naomi-san to yoga o shimasu. Yes.
よく。ナオミさんとヨガをします。
I often do yoga. So, yoga o shimasu. Oh, I forgot yoku.
よく
Okay. Not much left in the tank for my voice.
買います
Wow, that kanji is amazing and also scary because of the parallel lines. Alright.
買います
Aimasu. Okay. Aimasu. It's such a cool looking kanji though. I don't know. I have to learn it first.
買います
Aimasu.
買います
買います。
土曜日、
土曜日. Wow, that kanji is amazing. 土曜日。土曜日。土曜日。
土曜日、
土曜日。12?
12、
12? 山口。
山口、
買います。
買います。
and 読みます。
読みます。
空手をします。
Karate. Okay, of course. What is karate? Who knows? Is it karate? 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 No, I'm just kidding. Karate o shimasu. I do karate. I already say karate, so
空手、
doesn't
週
help.
末
I mean,
は
it
本
helps.
を買います。
週町、well, 週町は本を買います。
買います。
Buy. Oh, well, there you go. It means buy. I buy. So, 週末は本を買います。Okay. Okay. I buy books. Oh, wait, on weekends. On weekends, I buy books.
時々兄と服を買います。
時々 Okay, so 時々
時々兄と服を買います。
兄服
兄
Wait,
時々兄と服を買います。兄
と
服
を
買います。
買います。そう時々兄と服を買います。
土曜日は野球を見ます。
土曜日 right? There we go. 土曜日
土曜日、
Saturday. 土曜日は野球 Yeah, 野球 which is baseball.
野球、
野球を見ます。そう土曜日
土曜日は野球を見ます。
土曜日 This is the first time the entire kana is introduced as an entire kanji phrase first. Interesting. 土曜日は野球を見ます。野球を見ます。Okay.
土曜日、
On is it implied? On Saturdays? I play baseball. We'll go with that. Prepositional modifiers? No. Oh, whoops. Not shimasu. Watch. Oh, and it is implied. Okay, the
よく
preposition
花
is
さんと出かけますか？
implied. So, yoku hana-san to dekakemasu. Dekakemasu?
よく花さんと出かけますか？
Dekakemas. Oh my gosh. Kake. Dekakemas. That's a lot of go to, out, am, going, are, do going on here right now. There's a lot of that going on. Yoku Hana-san to dekakemasu ka? Dekakemasu ka? Dekakemasu ka? Dekakemasu ka? That's gonna take a while to get used to.
よく花さんと出かけますか
Dekakemasu ka? Okay. Do you go out with... Do you go out... Do you often go out with Hana? They're teaching me goodbye early. Yeah. I don't care, Hideyoshi. I'm just gonna be real. You're constantly... That's not something to worry about. You don't worry about things that you don't worry about until you make the mistake. So, juggling more things only compounds the issue. So, it's every time you if you find yourself saying be careful, that's just not how learning works. I think that's very discouraging. You don't be careful about things. You do them, in my opinion. So.
よく友達と出かけますか
よく友
達と出かけますか
友達と
よく友達と出かけますか出かけますか
Okay, so よく友達と出かけます。
週末は友達と出かけます。
週末は友達と出かけます。Oh man, 出かけます。そう週末は友達と出かけます。My 2 cents here is you don't worry about problems before they occur. Especially learning things. Unless it's a life and death situation, worrying about things before they even happen means you don't even solve those problems. It's kind of like learning to be successful, but not understanding how to fail. So as much as you are talking about all those things, I'm going to be honest, they probably wouldn't even occur. You don't even know if they're going to occur in the first place. You're constantly assuming things are going to happen before they even happen. On weekends, I 出かけます。I
出かけます。
Okay. I go out.
出かけます。
Am going to go out. I go out with friends. That's it, right? 週末は友達と出かけます。週末は友達と出かけます。Kind of struggling with a lot of the back-to-back Ks and Tos.
週末は友達と出かけます。
週末は友達と出かけます。
週末はゲームをします。
ゲーム Can you say that again?
週末はゲームをします。ゲームをゲームをゲームをゲームをゲームをゲームを
Okay, I'm gonna need to hear from your other colleagues, lady. 週末はゲームをゲーム oh
ゲームを
oh after saying it now I know what she's trying to say. So 週末はゲームをします。ゲームをします。Yeah. Okay. On weekends, I play.
ゲームを
Oh, I guess it's just implied. Sure.
ゲーム
Game. Yeah. There's the
土曜日はケンさんとゲームをします。
土曜日 Right. I gotta remember that. 土曜日土曜日はケンさん Yeah. ケンさんとゲームをします。ゲームをします。That's a very clever way of I always wondered how they were gonna do like the end with M and game. Yeah. Game をします。Game をします is a clever way of doing that. 土曜日土曜日土曜日土曜日土曜日
土曜日はケンさんとゲームをします。
土曜日はケンさんとゲームをします。Okay. On Saturdays, I play video games with Ken. Manga.
漫画私
地図地図
地図
土曜日
土曜日
土曜日 Oh my gosh, I'm getting the yo and the do backwards. 土曜日 and then yoga.
ヨガ
土曜日は野球を見ます。
土曜日は野球を見ます。土曜日は野球を見ます。On Saturdays, I watch baseball. Hey,
話します。
I think I might actually, and yeah, we're not gonna do kanji. We're not gonna do kanji today. Wow, there are 4 lines in that.
話します。
話します It's an upgraded segue with an upgraded, oh my gosh. Wait. It's a G. It's a super stack G. It's an old G. It's an upgraded OG. That's hilarious. I'll have to share. I'll have to write up a story about that tomorrow. It's an upgraded OG. More stacks on the OG. Furui and G. That's funny. Hana shimasu. Hanashimasu.
話します。
Hanashimasu. Okay, hanashimasu.
話します。テニスをします。
Tenisu. Oh, okay. They finally added tennis. It's actually, yeah. I'm just gonna say tennis o shimasu. Tennis o shimasu.
テニス。テニス。
Heck you with your tenisu. Tennis o shimasu. I play tennis. Tennis.
テニス。
柔道をします。
Judo. Judo.
柔道。
Oh. Aha. Judo o shimasu. Judo o shimasu. I judo. I judo.
土曜日は柔道をします。 土曜
Doyobi
日は
What did you say?
土曜日は柔道をします。
Judo. Yeah, judo. I kind of like it.
柔道
Judo
を
o shimasu.
します。
Judo.
日曜日は泳ぎます。
Oh, I can definitely use judo for what was it? Kuoko. Kuko. Yeah, if I remember judo, I can remember kuko. That's crazy. That makes it so much easier to remember the kuko. I just remember judo. Huh. Oh, okay. So, Nichiyobi?
日曜日は泳ぎます。
Oh, 日曜日は泳ぎます。日曜日は泳ぎます。Wow, so many. This is starting to feel like Unit 6 all over again. Nice. 日曜日は泳ぎます。Okay. Tuesday?
日曜日
Oh,
は
Sunday.
日曜日は
Okay, Sunday. So on Sundays, I oyogimasu. Swim. Nichiyobi.
日曜日。
毎晩母と話します。
Okay. All right, we get to find out what this means.
話します。
Anashimasu. Oh. Nice. Okay. My ban hahato hanashimasu. Hanashimasu. Pitch accent going up. Hanashimasu. So, my ban hahato hanashimasu. I talk with Mima every night. That's a deep cut. That's a heart wound right there. This is not helpful, but the names of the days and the planets are the same in Japanese. Oh, did we get to cover planets? Lotus, you are the one that know. Spoil Duolingo for me. Do we get to talk about planets? And And I'm guessing they're in katakana, but still. I haven't gotten to planets and I'm most of the way through. Oh, okay. That's disappointing. Oh, not katakana. Really? Interesting. So they have their own take on all the planets. Neat. Very neat. Very neat. Oh, you know what? Oh, Lotus, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Lotus, you know what I'm gonna say. I think you might know. It's an anime thing. There is a place. There's definitely a place. If you're a millennial like me, there's definitely a place where you've heard the planets. And honestly, I don't actually know what they said. Because it's been so long since I watched it. Although the show got rebooted. But it didn't do very well on the reboot. Gotta be Sailor Moon. Yeah, it's Sailor Moon. I'm like, there's definitely a place where the planet words came up, but I don't remember. It's been so long. There was a reboot, and I didn't watch that either. Back in the day, though, when I was going to middle school and high school, yeah, Sailor Moon, 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m. It might be 7:30 a.m. Oh, I'm pretty sure it was 6:30 a.m. It's like an hour before leaving to go to the bus stop for school. Sailor Moon. Anyways.
毎日ナオミさんと話します。
毎日 something Naomi san to hanashimasu. I think that's all here. So 毎日 Naomi san to
話します。毎日ナオミさんと話します。
Yes.
週末は家族と話します。
週末は家族と話します。Okay. Okay. I talk with Hanashimasu. Who am I hanashimashing with? Family. I'm hanashimashing with family.
面白い動画を見ます。
Omoshiroi. Okay. Omoshiroi. What is this? Doga.
動画
Doga. Okay. Doga o mimasu. So, omoshiroi doga o mimasu. Okay. I watch funny videos. I do too. Neat. Doga.
動画
No. Doga.
日曜日、
Nichiyobi. Oh, interesting.
土曜日、
They wrote it out instead of using the thing, the kanji.
日
Nichiyobi.
曜日、
Oh, that too. Man, tomorrow's kanji session is gonna be weird. Okay. Hanashimasu.
話します。
Hanashimasu. Nichiyo. No. It's kaimasu.
買います。
This is Nichiyobi.
日曜日、
Nana.
7、
Just thrown in Nana. And then dang. Doyobi. Doyobi.
土曜日、
That's a lot. I'm gonna be real, that's a lot. Okay, that's a lot for me. Yoku. Okay, so Yoku. Yoku chichito tenis o shimasu. Tenis o shimasu. So yoku yoku chichito tenis o shimasu. よ
よ
く
く、
父
と、
とテニス
テニス
を
をします。
On Sundays, I watch videos with my older brother. 日曜日は兄とso many new 動画を見ます。Dang. そう
日曜日
は兄と動画を見ます。That's pretty intense. Yeah, we're gonna leave it off here. My voice is so harsh right now. Hey, who are my competition? Yeah, slackers. Heckin' slackers. Mata ne? Oh, wait. Is that like see ya? Or something? Or well done? I don't know. I don't know what. Love this. Fill me in. Is it like see ya? Or are you done? Like, I don't know. I don't know what mata ne is. There's no context. Oh, I only get 4. Only 4 for tomorrow. So, and I have probably forgot all of them. Oh, you don't even get the... Oh, so they don't repeat the... I see. So they don't repeat... Oh, those two. Interesting. Like the mata from I know, and then ne, see you later. Yeah, that's how that's my initial thing. Yeah. That was my initial plug together about see you later. Yeah. So I probably forgot all of these. There was too much at the end, but at least I know it's this is buying. This is Saturday. This is Sunday. Part of it, I think. And this is I don't know. We'll get to learn. It's fine. Get around a station? Like a train station? Get around a train station? Okay. Alright, mata ne. Okay. Mata ne. See you later. Yeah, that's a little appropriate. Yeah. Alright, folks. My voice is so harsh from today. We reviewed section 1, which by the way has a really cool thing here. Like, I love this stuff. Like, these are really cute panels. So, finally squeezed it in. I wasn't expecting to squeeze it in today. We reviewed section 1 in a sort of way and talked about a lot of things that we learned so far, which are very important. It's not going to be a digression video. It was made for that. So our new goal now is we either finish section 2, Explorer, or day 60. So if we get to day 60 and we haven't finished section 2, I'll do a new tentative talk section. Tentative takes section for whatever is upcoming. Unit. I know there's a lot of units. But perhaps my competency will drive the rate. Holy, okay. I have a feeling 60 days is going to come by. 60 days is probably going to approach before I complete section 2. But we'll see. All right, folks, there you have it. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. It was a pleasure, as always. Looking forward to the next month journey down Japanese. There might be shorter sessions in the future because I have other things to do. So it's probably going to go back to like half sessions and whatnot. Anyways, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Do what makes you happy, I suppose, right? Learn a different language. Maybe reverse engineer your language. I don't know. Come up with some new perspectives. Focus on learning, but being constructively critical as opposed to destructively critical. And it's always nice to practice emotional intelligence every once in a while. If you're ever wondering why people don't respond in a way that it's very predictable to you, then there's likely a dissonance in emotional intelligence between the two individuals, right? All right. Until next time. Mata ashita. Ja ne.